Cold sweat poured down Bo Yuqing's face as he knelt down with a plop and cried, "Master, your disciple was wrong. All these years, every time I think about this, I feel so much pain that I want to die. Get up. It's also your master's fault for not telling you the plan in advance," said Yu Shengfeng. "You were used by him. I didn't want to alert the enemy, but I didn't expect Lu Congzi to be so brave and astute that he could break my arrangements and finally turn the tables." In addition to the coldness in his eyes, there was also an unusual gloominess, as if he was very afraid of this disciple. Bo Yuqing cried bitterly. "Back then, Lu Congzi came in a hurry and told me that something had happened to Master. That's why I followed him to break through the array. I didn't expect to ruin Master's great plan. Later, when I saw Master make a move and believed his lies, I thought that Master had been bewitched by the Agarine and that his divine sense was no longer clear. Thus, I made a hasty move, resulting in 1,000 years of regret." Yusheng coldly snorted. "I know your character very well. Although you are somewhat clever, you are loyal and would not betray me. Otherwise, how could I spare your life?" "Master just said it was a deliberate setup back then," Bo Yuqing asked. Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank slightly as he nodded. "I've long noticed that Lu Congzi has evil intentions, so I've been on guard against him. I didn't expect him to be on guard against me first." He glanced at Bo Yuqing and said, "This matter has to start from this piece of an eyesure. When I obtained this stone, I was overjoyed and immersed myself in it, wanting to refine it and achieve an extreme body. But do you know that in the notes and insights left behind by the ancestors, it clearly stated that the 2 rainbow stones cannot be refined, and there is only one way to do so? However, I was too proud to believe in such things. Hence, I refined it for 10 years without any progress. I had no choice but to believe it. How many 10 years of life do you have to waste?" Yu Shengfeng said with a sigh. "What?" Bo Yuqing was a little confused. "Didn't Master just say there was only one way?" Yu Shengfeng said, "That's right. The only way is to sacrifice, using death to refine the 2 stones. Although they can be fused, there is no life force left. It is just a waste to help others." Bo Yuqing's expression suddenly changed, revealing a shocked expression as he cried out, "Could it be, Zhenjin?" "Zhenjin." Yu Shengfeng nodded and said, "That's right. I can tell that you're cultivating the death sacrifice technique. Lu Congzi must have taught you this, right?" Bo Yuqing's face was pale, and apart from the emptiness in his eyes, there was also extreme anger. He clenched his fingers and said coldly, "Lu Congzi, you should die." Yu Shengfeng laughed. "You're not stupid. You must have stopped refining for a long time. Otherwise, you would have died long ago." Bo Yuqing was silent. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been on Xiankong Island all these years and had the Saint weapon I heard that it had been constantly leaking divine power to suppress his injuries, he would have died long ago. Yu Shengfeng laughed. "Among the past generations of demonic servants, only Grandmaster Yu Yixian has cultivated this death sacrifice technique. It can be considered as a blessing for future generations. Back then, I already knew where Grandmaster was hiding, but I didn't go to look for him. This is because the rejection of a possessed body is very great, and it's very difficult to completely fuse with it, unless you devour the other party's soul as well, Xianxia." Bo Yuqing's body trembled and he said in fear, "Master's meaning is Wufu." Yu Shengfeng's eyes turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "That's right. That's why I chose Lu Congzi to be the sacrifice. They wanted him to cultivate to the final stage, and at the moment of life and death, they wanted him to possess his body and devour his soul. In this way, I'll be the only one in history to cultivate the dual polarity divine body." He said coldly, "Moreover, Lu Congzi's soul power is extremely strong. It'll benefit me greatly if I devour it. In addition, I'm already very wary of this person. He's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It's a pity that he's far more powerful than I expected." Bo Yuqing's body turned cold when he heard this, only feeling a chill. He had always thought that Lu Congzi had deceived his master and killed his ancestor, and he had been deceived into becoming an accomplice. Now that he heard it, Lu Congzi's situation was excusable. Yu Shengfeng looked at him coldly and said, "In this world, strength alone isn't enough to run amok. Wisdom and talent are also of utmost importance. In terms of intelligence, you're far inferior to Lu Congzi. In the past hundreds of years, the only person who can be mentioned as his equal in my eyes is this Li Yunxiao." His eyes flashed with a sharp light, but no one knew what he was thinking. Bo Yuqing lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. He knew many of Yunxiao's secrets, and he was hesitating whether to tell him or not. After a moment of thought, he finally fell silent. Yu Shengfeng didn't know what he was thinking and continued, "I'll let bygones be bygones. From now on, you'll follow my orders and deal with Lu Congzi together. Don't take out the neon stone in your body for the time being, or it'll damage your body and cultivation. I'll teach you a set of martial arts that can temporarily suppress it and also use a little bit of the power of the Agarine." "Thank you, Master," Bo Yuqing said, overjoyed. Yu Shengfeng nodded and began to teach. At the moment, Yunxiao was also recuperating in a secret chamber of the cabin. On the way here, he had observed the seal on his dantian for a long time, but he did not dare to move it at all because he had no confidence in breaking it. He took out a jade slip, placed it on his forehead, and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately frowned. This jade slip was secretly passed to him by Qiu Mujie along the way. It contained the plan to work together and escape. He fell into deep thought. It was almost impossible to escape from a divine transcendence expert. Moreover, the seal on his dantian could not be removed. There was no point in escaping. He remembered that during the auction, the purple lightning seed in his dantian had broken the restriction on its own. This time, there seemed to be no reaction. This also proved that the restriction that Chu Shengfeng had placed was extraordinary. One had to know that this person was a legendary figure, the master of the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation. Even if he recovered to his peak strength from his previous life, he would not dare to underestimate him. Yunxiao pondered for a moment. After memorizing the contents of the jade slip, he destroyed it and entered the divine realm tablet. The Lingmu flute was still hanging on the devil essence lock. Its head was lowered, and its expression was calm, as if it had returned to normal. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture and was about to withdraw the fiend lock when Lingmu Di suddenly said, "Don't move, just let me stay on these chains." His eyes revealed a look of surprise, and he said, "How was this thing made? It's completely suppressing the rainbow stone baleful qi in my body." "I'm afraid I can't keep this chain," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I'm afraid I can't." He then explained the origins of the demonic vitality lock, the demonic servant lineage, and the matter of Nie Shengfeng. Lingmu Di was stunned for a while before he said, "I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Back then, there were too many demonic servants and I thought I killed them all. I didn't expect there to still be fish that escaped the net. The demon servants were controlled by their demon masters and could not betray them. They could only pass down their demonic techniques and no longer have that kind of will. It's a great achievement to be able to create such a chain." "Lord Lingmu Di," Yunxiao said, "do you have a way to get me out? I don't know what kind of state divine transcendence is," Lingmu Di said, "but it's beyond the peak of 9-star, and I can't defeat it now. However, if we fight to the death, with the undying power of this body, the ice fiend heart flame, my heaven patrolling bull, and Baiming Nan's 7 illusion green damask, we might have a chance." "Forget it," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "Not only is Yu Shengfeng a divine transcendence expert, but he has also refined the extreme yin body of the Agarine. He also has demonic techniques and many powerful profound level weapons. I'm afraid that even ordinary divine transcendence experts are not his match." "Refined the Agarine? It's impossible." Lingmu Di was shocked and denied it. "There is no absolute in this world," Yunxiao said. "As a demonic servant, he can refine fiend lock, so it's not impossible for him to suppress the fiendish energy of the rainbow stone." Lingmu Di's small eyes slightly contracted. If that's the case, it might not be a bad thing. He also fell into deep thought, as if he was thinking of something. "I'm really at my wit's end now," Yunxiao sighed. "I'm being controlled by this man. Other than the devil essence lock, he can't hand over anything else he wants. Ling Mudi's eyes flashed with a cold light. The key is whether you have the confidence to break the seal in your body. When the time comes, hand me over, and I'm confident that I can use the Ice Fiend Heart Flame to injure him when he's caught off guard. Do you mean a battle? Xianxia asked thoughtfully. He knows that you have the Ice Fiend Heart Flame and how powerful it is. Ling Mudi said coldly. How can he let it go? Xianxia nodded. I was going to use him to hold back Red Moon City for me. Now, I can only take one step at a time. I'll try to break the seal in my body first. He bade farewell to Ling Mudi and teleported to Mount Innerheart. He said, Brother Gaohan, I've come to visit you again. Yuan Gaohan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. I'm really at my wit's end this time, Xianxia said with a wry smile. I came to see Brother Gaohan to see if there is a solution. Yuan Gaohan replied coldly, A dead end. With this holy weapon in your hands, you will never be at a dead end. What do you want to lie to me for? Just say it. A saint artifact is powerful, Xianxia said, but who can exert 100% of its power? Yuan Gaohan rolled his eyes at him and said, I'm afraid no one can force you into a desperate situation except for a peak 9 stars martial sovereign, right? Don't tell me you're being hunted down by a peak 9 stars martial emperor. Brother Gaohan, you're right, Xianxia said. He is indeed not a peak 9 stars martial sovereign. Humph! Yuan Gaohan snorted. Then what do you mean by being at a dead end? Don't bother me if there's nothing. I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as you in my entire life. His face was filled with anger. Xianxia smiled wryly. If he was a peak 9-star expert, I wouldn't have come to bother you, Brother Gaohan. I'm really lucky this time, and the probability of me meeting a divine transcendence Paisho is even smaller than meeting a ghost. Staying up late was really uncomfortable. Both his body and mind were tired. Yuan Gaohan stared at him for a long time before saying, You're playing with me? He has already put a restrictive spell on me, Xianxia said with a wry smile. I'm here to ask for your help, Brother Gaohan. Look at my bitter face. Do I look like I'm toying with you? He pointed at his face. Yuan Gaohan swept his divine sense over Xianxia, but the latter did not have any defense and let his divine sense enter his body directly. He immediately found something strange in his dantian, and when he carefully observed it, his face changed. With a thought, Xianxia gently pushed his divine sense away and said leisurely, Now you believe me. Yuan Gaohan's face was as red as an eggplant as he roared. Why do you always stir up trouble? You even dare to provoke divine transcendence. You're really looking for death. I was doing well alone, Xianxia said bitterly. This matter involves too many people, so I can't tell him his name for the time being, Xianxia said. In short, he used to be an earth-shaking figure, but few people know about him now. Yuan Gaohan replied coldly. To be able to break through the limits of martial arts, which one of them isn't an earth-shattering person? There are all kinds of wonderful techniques in the world in the Holy Realm. Tell me about this person's background so that I can find the formula for you. Otherwise, how can I find information in the vast sea of techniques? But this matter does involve too many people, Xianxia said seriously. You have to make a heart oath first to never disclose this man's matter. He placed a restriction on you, yet you're still protecting him? Yuan Gaohan asked curiously. I'm not protecting him. Xianxia shook his head. I'm just afraid that the world will be involved in this mess, which will directly break all kinds of situations and cause a bloody storm. It's that serious? Yuan Gaohan frowned. I'm really curious. Can you tell me now? He immediately swore a heart's oath. Do you still remember Gu Shangfeng? Xianxia asked. Do you remember him? Oh? Yuan Gaohan sucked in a cold breath and jumped up from the ground. He grabbed Xianxia and cried out in surprise. Who are you talking about? Did I hear you right? Xianxia slapped his hand away and said, That's right. He's the master of the world's chief of alchemy, Lu Zongzi, and the president of the Soul Formation Sea. He's Chu Shangfeng. Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment. Perhaps he was too shocked and seemed to be a little numb. He said in a daze, How is this possible? How old was he? How could he still be alive? Not only is he still alive, Xianxia said, he's already unimaginably powerful. Even when I was at my peak in my last life, I didn't dare to say that I had the confidence to win against him. He had extraordinary cultivation, a saint's body, top-tier arts, and a few extremely terrifying profound-level weapons. TSK. I'm afraid there are only a few people in the world who can defeat him. Yuan Gaohan was in disbelief. How could it be like this? That's the truth, Xianxia said. I feel that the world is getting more and more chaotic. Don't be in a daze. Help me think of a way to break the restriction on my body. Yuan Gaohan came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, if it's Sir Chu Shengfeng's technique, I'm afraid there's nothing in the world that can break it, only force. Why would I come to you if I wanted to break the seal with force? Xianxia said grumpily, I don't want to see you. This spell seal is sealed in my dantian, so if I break it with force, it will definitely damage my dantian sea of qi. The consequences will be so severe that it's difficult to estimate. What else can we do? Yuan Gaohan asked. Sir Sun Shengfeng is a legendary figure who is of higher seniority than my master. How can you and I break the seal he planted? He was a little angry as he pointed at Xianxia and scolded. If you didn't always cause trouble outside, how could you have provoked Master Shengfeng? Why didn't he deal with other people but you? Xianxia touched the bridge of his nose and said with a wry smile, I'm really innocent. He really just had to deal with me. Let's not talk about this for now. Help me think of a way first. A way? I'm just a little alchemist. How can I have the ability to break the restrictive spell set up by Sir Hu Shengfeng? Yuan Gaohan's face was filled with anger. I remember there's a divine ability in the holy region called the Purple Heart Origin Pill Art, Xianxia said. It can turn the purple mansion in one's dantian into an iron wall, and nothing can hurt it. Yuan Gaohan frowned and asked suspiciously, what is this divine ability? I've never heard of it before, and I don't know if it exists in the holy region. How did you know? Xianxia smiled. I've heard of it before, but I've never seen it. Now I remember it by accident. All right, I'll check it out for you now, said Yuan Gaohan. Even if it does exist, I don't know if we have enough time. Go, Xianxia said. The two sat down opposite each other, and Xianxia began to plan how to escape from Yu Shengfeng. In the holy region, Yuan Gaohan turned into a ray of light and flew out of the spiritual priest, then landed in a side hall. The two guards were shocked. After seeing his face clearly, they hurriedly saluted and retreated to the side. Suddenly, a figure flashed through the hall and slowly walked out. Yuan Gaohan's body froze, and a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Lord Wei Qing. So it's Lord Yuan Gaohan. It was Wei Qing who slowly walked out of the hall. His expression was calm, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Why has Lord Yuan Gaohan come to the Ocean of Books Pavilion? I'm looking for some information, said Yuan Gaohan. Lord Wei Qing rarely comes. Is he also looking for information? Yes. Wei Qing responded and walked out calmly. Lord Gaohan, please enter. Yuan Gaohan wasn't polite, directly walking past him and stepping into the hall. Suddenly, Wei Qing's voice came from behind. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of Darren's second soul? Yuan Gaohan's pupils contracted, but a smile soon appeared on his face. There are already clues. It should be soon. Oh, if there's any news, find it as soon as possible, Wei Qing said. I'm also looking forward to your breakthrough to the peak of the art Dao as soon as possible. Thank you for your concern, my lord, Yuan Gaohan said. With that, he stepped into the hall and disappeared from Wei Qing's sight. Wei Qing's eyes narrowed. After a moment of silence, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the hall. Divine Realm Tablet under Mount Inch. Yuan Gaohan suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise. I found it! There really is such a technique. Yunxiao's face lit up with joy, and his eyes shone. Yuan Gaohan looked at him suspiciously and said, I don't know where you learned this technique, but it's strictly forbidden to teach it to outsiders in the Book Ocean Pavilion of the Holy Region. However, the situation is urgent now, so I'll make an exception for you, he said. The way of the purple heart with the Zhengyuan pill, close your breath and go up to the top. Yuan Gaohan began to teach them one by one. As he tried to understand and learn, he couldn't help but be shocked. This method was completely to cultivate the Dantian's sea of qi, making it as solid as an impregnable fortress. It was the foundation of all techniques. If a martial artist could learn this method, the Dantian's ability to withstand it would be more than 100 times stronger. In other words, when he was absorbing vital qi, he no longer had to worry about his body exploding and dying. He could do as he pleased. This also meant that his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. Yuan Gaohan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. At first, he thought it was some kind of obscure secret technique, but he didn't expect it to be such a powerful cultivation technique. He began to regret it. But now that the arrow was knocked, he could only force himself to read out the entire technique. Yunxiao's face was filled with contemplation, and then he began to meditate and cultivate. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Other than being absorbed through the pores on his body, most of it gathered directly in his dantian, forming a faint nebula vortex. It was as if there was a strange beast in his dantian that was directly devouring the spiritual energy. Yuan Gaohan was dumbfounded. Even if he had the purple heart inner core technique, he couldn't withstand this kind of torment. Yunxiao's dantian's ocean of qi was much stronger and larger than that of ordinary warriors, and now it was like a wild beast swallowing all rivers and oceans. The spiritual qi around his body transformed into water dragons and poured directly into his dantian, scaring Yuan Gaohan so much that he kept retreating as if he had seen a monster. Boom! After staying in this terrifying state for several hours, a muffled sound came from Yunxiao's dantian. A whirlpool appeared above his dantian, turning into a purple lingering area. He opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning appeared. The spiritual power in his body circulated and pressed down on the restriction. Boom! When the seal was touched, a huge force fluctuated, and a terrifying vast force shot out of Yunxiao's dantian. Even Yuan Gaohan could feel the suppression, and he cried out in surprise, "Li Yunxiao, are you all right?" Yunxiao's face began to twist and turn hideous, and his eyes flashed with lightning and thunder. He did not say a word, but quickly made a hand seal. Beams of golden light shot out from his body and transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed transcendence golden body. Each face was ghastly and twisted to the extreme. Bang! 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 His dantian suddenly exploded, and waves of power became violent. They directly blasted out from the inside and exploded into a bloody mist. What? Yuan Gaohan was shocked, and a chill ran down his spine. It seemed that he had underestimated the restrictive force. With such a huge impact, Yunxiao was probably completely finished. All three of Yunxiao's faces coughed up blood, and a fierce look flickered in his eyes. He flapped his 6 arms and roared, "This young master doesn't believe it!" He suddenly activated the purple lightning in his dantian. Although it was extremely slow, it was spreading out bit by bit. Slowly, his entire body turned into lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in his sea of qi, gradually turning purple. As the purple lightning flickered, the power of the restriction was compressed, and the space became smaller and smaller. But once the purple thunder seed was lured away, it was no longer under Yunxiao's control. It gradually devoured his body of green thunder and turned into a purple light. Yuan Gaohan's body trembled violently as he felt the destructive power sweeping through the entire world. Yunxiao's hair and beard were standing on end, and his body was covered in a purple light. He turned around and gave Yuan Gaohan a look, then said with a wry smile, "I've gone too far this time. I can't control myself anymore. This is a saint artifact." Yuan Gaohan shouted in shock. "The power of the world is under your control, so how can you not control it? You didn't die in Tiandang Mountain, so don't die here." "I don't want to die," Yunxiao said with a bitter face. "I'll try." At this moment, the restrictive power had been completely devoured by the purple thunder, but it had filled Yunxiao's entire body. He could not control it at all, and it seemed like it was going to explode. With a single thought, Yunxiao's entire body appeared 10,000 miles high in the sky. His 6 arms danced wildly and the great realm divine technique was used. The sky was golden and filled with Maha-ancient characters that flashed continuously. All of a sudden, Yunxiao's heart jolted as if he had come to a realization. He then performed a strange incantation gesture with his hand. The ancient characters flickered and turned into light. They slowly condensed into a golden iron chain that stretched across the sky and bound his limbs. Walala! Purple light flickered and the golden chain trembled, appearing and disappearing in the air. The entire golden chain was created by the realm power in the Saint artifact. It was used to suppress the power that transcended the rules. Yunxiao's entire body was bound dozens of times, and the other 2 ends of the chain extended to an infinite distance, as if there was no end. Every time his body shook, a large number of boundary talismans would be sent out, and the suppressing force would increase. The violent purple lightning seemed to be suppressed and slowly retracted into his body. Yunxiao was overjoyed. A crisis was gradually resolved, and his understanding of the divine realm tablet seemed to have deepened a lot. The purple color on his body gradually faded away, and a brand new power gushed out from his dantian and rushed to his limbs and bones. "You've advanced." Yunxiao was taken aback. The laws of heaven and earth emerged around him and slowly merged into his body. 8 stars Martial Emperor Xianxia. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Although he had failed the last time, his strength had clearly increased. Now he had just entered the 8-star realm, and he was vaguely touching the threshold of the 9-star. I don't care. It's a blessing in disguise. Not only has he become an 8 stars Martial Emperor, but he has also condensed this realm power chain. Yunxiao clenched his fist, and a golden chain appeared in his hand, flickering and flickering. With a thought, the chain disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. Yuan Gaohan stood at the peak of Mount Innerheart and looked at everything in the distance. He was shocked and muttered, "He didn't even die like this. This kid is really blessed by the heavens." Ha ha ha! Yunxiao's loud laughter came from the sky, and then he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he appeared in the secret room. His eyes flashed and a yellow light flickered in the secret room. He reached out and grabbed it, and a message was transmitted to his ears. His pupils contracted slightly, and he tidied up his disheveled body before opening the door and leaving. In the main hall of the small courtyard, Yu Shengfeng was already waiting. "The 2 of you have recovered well." With a smile in his eyes, Yu Shengfeng glanced at Yunxiao and Xiaomujia and said, "Have the 2 of you considered it?" He sat lazily above, completely fearless under the suppression of absolute power. Xiaomujia's face was extremely unsightly as he glanced at Yunxiao with a very strange look in his eyes, as if he were asking for Yunxiao's opinion. Yu Shengfeng's eyes turned slightly, a smile on his lips, and he didn't care at all. "Do we still have a choice now?" Yunxiao asked in a deep voice. Xiaomujia's face changed drastically, and he looked shocked and angry, as if he was very angry at Yunxiao's decision. Yu Shengfeng rolled his eyes at him in disdain and laughed. "You must have tried to break the seal. What was the result?" "My lord, you are Lu Congzi's master," Yunxiao sighed. "How can I break the restrictive spell you set up? That ice fiend Heartflame is in one of my puppets. I don't have the ability to extract it. Lord, you can go and research it yourself." His glabella flashed, and the gourd little Vajra instantly landed in front of Yu Shengfeng. Yu Shengfeng's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, "It's this puppet. I still remember it. When I first saw the ice fiend Heartflame, I was really frightened." He stepped forward excitedly and observed carefully. Suddenly, a look of suspicion appeared in his eyes. "Li Yunxiao, your puppet seems a little strange." "Of course it's strange," Yunxiao said. "Otherwise, how could it contain the ice fiend Heartflame?" He waved his hands and a black chain appeared. He threw it over and said, "My lord, this is your devil essence lock." Yu Shengfeng's pupils suddenly constricted, and his eyes burst with killing intent as he stared coldly at Yunxiao. With a smile on his face, Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the devil essence lock spread out in the air, turning into a spider web and falling down. directly hacking into the wind lock. Wuxia's body trembled, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. He clenched his fists, and his arms transformed into golden fur as his body began to transform. Yu Shengfeng didn't move from the beginning to the end, allowing the devil essence lock to bind him. He only looked on coldly, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. You too? I really don't understand. Where do you get the chance of winning? Yun Xiao chuckled as well and said, Many times. It's worth a shot even if there's a slight chance. But in my eyes, you don't even stand a chance, said Yu Shengfeng. Not necessarily, Yun Xiao said with a smile. Moreover, there were many more times. Even if there was no chance, he had to take a gamble. Who asked me to be so tough that I can't be a slave? Speaking of which, I have to thank you, sir, for giving us some time to prepare. Yu Shengfeng sighed. I knew that someone like you wouldn't bow down to others. Otherwise, you would have let me down. Thank you for your praise, my lord, Yun Xiao said. I'm flattered. Killing intent flashed across Yu Shengfeng's face as he said, Since you've chosen to die, I'll kill you even if I have to give up the soul-refining divine art. In fact, my lord and I don't have such a great hatred, Yun Xiao said. Why don't we bury the hatchet? Yun Xiao still held a glimmer of hope. If he could resolve the immediate crisis without bloodshed, he would naturally be the best choice. A cruel smile appeared on Yu Shengfeng's face as he said, He's too much of a genius. This in itself is a great hatred. If there are a few more people like you in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, how can we, who are mediocre, live? The reason rendered Yun Xiao completely speechless, and he could only smile wryly. One Lu Congzi is enough. I can't stand the appearance of a second Lu Congzi in this world. Yu Shengfeng's expression turned cold. An endless killing intent shot out from his eyes. Yun Xiao made a move in an instant. He performed an incantation gesture and shouted, Bind! Countless runes immediately surged on the web-like devil essence lock and became extremely strong, locking Yu Shengfeng in place. Humph, the demonic vitality lock is indeed effective against the power of the Agarine, but have you forgotten that this chain originally belonged to me? Showing off your skills in front of an expert, you're a laughingstock, Yu Shengfeng sneered. A light flashed between his brows and a strange seal appeared. The cobweb-like chains immediately began to shake with clattering sounds, as if they were about to break. Tack! Yun Xiao suddenly shouted. Tack! He stretched out his hand and with a surge of his spiritual energy, the three-colored Tusita sky appeared in the air and fell down. Release! Yu Shengfeng's eyes shot out cold stars as he shouted. The chains around his body were shaking violently, but they were still tightly locked, showing no signs of being unlocked. What? Yu Shengfeng's heart suddenly sank. His gaze was like a knife as he looked at the chain. He saw that there were golden spots of light on the black devil essence chain that flickered. In the void, there seemed to be a long golden chain that overlapped with the mana lock. That's a Pishio. Yu Shengfeng suddenly sucked in a cold breath and cried out in alarm, Realm Power Lock! Boom! The three-colored Tusita sky fell, and space pressed down like an hourglass. Yu Shengfeng's body was knocked down, and he was confused. The tricolored Tusita was knocked back at the same time. With a wave of his hand, Yun Xiao put it away, and at the same time he cast a sword incantation, sending out 36 northern heaven cold star swords. Wuxia had been preparing for a long time. When he saw Yun Xiao make his move, his figure flickered at the same time, and a huge footprint stomped down. Di Ting's feet. Yu Shengfeng was shocked and angry. Although the three mountain peaks didn't hurt him, he was still hit by them. Now that the two of them joined forces, he could feel the danger. However, his entire body was bound by the devil essence lock and the realm power lock, and he couldn't move. Damn it! Don't forget that you're under my restriction. Explode! 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 He was extremely furious. He spat out a string of seals and shouted the word explode 3 times. But nothing happened. The 36 swords turned into sword talismans and slashed down on his body, making bang 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 sounds. Sword marks were left on his body, and the overbearing sword chi rushed into his body and destroyed it. At the same time, Di Ting's foot landed on his body. Boom! Yu Shengfeng's body was hit hard, and he felt a mouthful of blood rush into his throat, almost spitting it out. The demonic vitality lock and the chains of realm power in the surroundings clattered. His power was suppressed by the demonic vitality lock, and the appearance of the chains of realm power made him even more shocked. He was almost completely at a loss. It was said that in the world, when a power that transcended rules appeared, it would gather the power of the world and form chains of rules. His mind was blank. Even a God realm expert could not mobilize the lock of realm power. He did not know that it was the seal of realm power condensed by Yunxiao from the divine realm tablet. He thought it was the power of law of the heavenly martial realm, and he was completely dumbfounded. Not good. His physical body is complete, and he has an undying holy body. Ordinary moves can't hurt him at all. Use your ultimate moves. At Yunxiao's command, he withdrew the northern heaven cold star sword, and the divine realm tablet slowly flew out, turning into a magnificent monument that fell from the sky. Qiu Mujie's expression was also malevolent. With a loud roar, a single horn appeared on his forehead and suddenly shot down. After a short moment of shock and anger, Yu Shengfeng finally came back to his senses and discovered that this so-called world power lock seemed to be different from the legends. At least, its power was far from what it was rumored to be. If it wasn't for the Devil Essence Lock's assistance, it wouldn't have been able to restrain him at all. Dharma idol true body. He roared and summoned 3 heads and 6 arms at the same time. One of his arms held the underworld wheel and slashed at the Devil Essence Lock. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky and directly grabbed the underworld wheel. Bang! One of the gored little King Kong's arms had been split in half, but he was expressionless. His bean-like eyes turned and he said, "The ice fiend heart flame you wanted, here you go." "What? You?" Yu Shengfeng's heart sank as he suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with this puppet. An arm behind him suddenly punched over. Lingmu Di's midbrows flashed, and a gorgeous ice flower appeared. Like a short-lived epiphyllum, it fell on the wind created by the fist. At the same time, Beifeng Nan's voice echoed in the air. "One controls 10,000 worlds. 8 water chestnuts shine. Focus the spirit as a sword." A patch of green poison appeared, and it transformed into the shadow of 10,000 swords that slashed down. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force soared into the sky, and the entire courtyard was instantly turned into ashes. The impact force spread in all directions. "Let's go!" Amidst the chaos, Yunxiao gave a loud cry. Lingmu Di and Baiming Nan were pulled into the divine realm tablet by him, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from where he was. Qiu Mujie also spread his wings and his spatial energy surged as he disappeared. "You want to leave?" Yu Shengfeng's furious voice was heard. The Devil Essence Lock and the Realm Power Lock were shattered by the huge impact. His burly body rushed out of the terrifying ice flame with blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 2 spatial fluctuations in shock and anger. "Stay here." An aura came pressing down from his body, and the space in the distance was distorted. Yunxiao and Qiu Mujie, who were about to disappear, reappeared again, their faces pale as they cried out in alarm. Suddenly, Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank as he looked at the green qi surrounding his body. It was as if he had seen a ghost as he screamed, "7 illusion green damask?" The powerful pressure suddenly dissipated, and his head burst with cold sweat. He hurriedly made a hand seal with one hand, and all his strength was retracted to protect his body. Yunxiao and Qiu Mujie immediately felt the pressure being lifted. Overjoyed, they transformed into beams of light and disappeared from where they were. Yu Shengfeng's eyes were filled with anger as he watched the 2 of them leave. Then, the green poison around his body slowly faded under the suppression of his power. Finally, it turned into a colorless green smoke and dissipated. The battle between the 3 directly alarmed the entire Red Moon City. For a time, countless rays of light surged in the sky and came from all directions. Yu Shengfeng's face was extremely gloomy. He immediately retracted his aura and flew to the group of people from the Sea of Soul formation. He stared at Luo Tian coldly, signaling him to be smarter. Not only had the entire courtyard been destroyed by the attack, but the secret chambers had also been reduced to ashes, and several alchemists had died without even leaving a corpse. Bo Yuqing also came out of the secret room in shock. When he saw his master's face, which was as pale as a frost eggplant, and then looked at the ground full of wolves and Qiu Mujia's missing figure, he immediately understood what had happened. He was also shocked, not understanding how the two of them had managed to escape. Yu Shengfeng grabbed in the air, and the devil essence lock that had fallen to the ground was put away. The only gain this time was the lock. In an instant, the sky was filled with dense human figures that emitted surging elemental energy fluctuations. They all looked at the crowd in shock. Master Luo Tian, what's going on? The space shook slightly, and Tang Qing's figure appeared, her face full of confusion and anger. Luo Tian said bitterly, "I'm sorry, my lord. I accidentally made a mistake when I was practicing just now. Many innocent people lost their lives. I'm really sorry. Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Everyone was shocked. The terrifying energy fluctuation just now was shocking. Many people were cultivating in secret rooms and almost vomited blood. It was just an accident? Tang Qing was also full of doubts, and said slowly, "Master Luo Tian's strength is terrifying. The power of the fluctuation just now was at least the strength of a peak 9 stars martial sovereign." The people in the sky turned pale with fright as they looked at Luo Tian in horror. Luo Tian's martial Dao was so powerful that his name was known throughout the world. No one expected him to be a peak 9-star expert. Everyone looked at him with respect. Luo Tian smiled bitterly. "City Lord, you're too kind. I was testing an extremely dangerous divine art just now and couldn't control it, which led to this disaster. I'm really ashamed to have caused more trouble for everyone." "I see," said Tang Qing. "I don't dare to cause any trouble, but Lord Luo Tian, please take care of yourself and don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, how can I face the Sea of Soul formation? The matter of Lord Yong Tianyun has already made me feel uneasy, so I can't escape the blame. Tianyun was destined to have this tribulation." "It has nothing to do with you," Luo Tian said. "No one can live here anymore. I'll have someone take you to another residence." Tang Qing nodded and said, "Thank you," Luo Tian said. Very quickly, Luo Tian and the others were settled in another place. The small courtyard from before had already been completely abandoned and scorched earth. Tang Qing immediately ordered people to seal it up and began to clean up the place, planning to rebuild it. "What do you think?" On the ruins, the father and son were one after another. Tang Qing asked lightly, as if she was testing Tang Xian's opinion. Tang Xian took a few steps on the scorched earth and said, "Luo Tian does not have such a powerful force. Wei Qing might be right. These alchemists are hiding something from us." Tang Qing said, "If Luo Tian is lying, then Fu Yichuan is lying too. It proves that they encountered an extremely powerful figure on this trip and subdued all of them. Could it be Qiu Mujia?" Tang Xian was shocked. Tang Qing pondered for a while and said, "I can't rule out this possibility. If Qiu Mujia had killed Lei Ling and Yong Tianyun before subduing Luo Tian and Fu Yichuan, it would make complete sense. If that was the case, then what about the Qumuji people? And what about Yun Xiao, who had fought with him in Fengling City? Most importantly, Lord Xiao Xiao and Lord Huan Mie are both peak 9 stars martial sovereigns. Could they have been killed by Qiu Mujia?" "Father, do you mean there's someone else?" Tang Xian asked. His face darkened and he said coldly, "Why don't we capture Fu Yichuan and interrogate him?" "Humph. It's been so long, and these remnants of the Red Moon City still haven't sincerely pledged their allegiance to us. We must not beat the grass and alert the snake. These 3 questions are the key to the whole matter." Tang Qing's pupils shrank and he said cautiously, "From the image sent by the Roto Essence from Fengling City, I can roughly deduce Qiu Mujia's strength. He's at most a peak 9-star martial emperor. He might not even be as strong. It's impossible for him to kill Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie, two peak martial supremes. If an even more powerful existence appears, then everything will make sense. He looked at the scorched earth on the ground and said thoughtfully, "How is it? What do you mean?" Tang Xian was stunned and didn't know why. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. "That terrifying power just now seems to be a legendary item, but I'm not sure. If it's really that thing, then we'll be in big trouble." An old man in a black robe had appeared on the scorched earth without anyone noticing. He stood in front of Tang Qing and his son silently. Tang Xian was shocked and hurriedly took a step back, becoming extremely vigilant. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, his divine sense wouldn't have been able to detect the person in front of him. Tang Qing's expression changed and he seemed to be a little surprised. "What do you mean by big trouble? Even you can't suppress it." Tang Xian was a little frightened. The man in front of her had no breath, and she couldn't see his face under the black robe. At first glance, it was like a sea of stars, deep and bottomless. "I can't tell for now, but I have a feeling that this wedding is not simple. I'm afraid we'll meet strong cultivators of the same level," the voice in the black robe said. Tang Qing's expression changed greatly. He naturally knew what the so-called same level of the black-robed man was, and a look of horror flashed through his eyes. Black Robe said indifferently, "You don't have to worry too much. Heaven's will is constant. Everything is under the heavenly Tao. We'll do our best and leave it to fate." "Thank you for your hard work." Tang Qing nodded. Tang Xian was still suspicious and guessing the identity of the person in front of her when she suddenly trembled and was shocked to find that there was no one in front of her. The black-robed figure had disappeared without her knowing. "Let's go," Tang Qing said. Tang Xian's throat made a ka sound a few times, but she finally held back from asking, because he knew that the time was not right. When the time came, Tang Qing would naturally tell him everything. Outside the Red Moon City, at an unknown distance, two figures stood tall and mighty, both staring coldly at each other. Wuxia suddenly sneered and said, "I can't deny that you did a lot to escape this time, but you're too naive if you think you can make me stay. I'm not being arrogant, but I'm the first person below divine transcendence." He gave Yunxiao a contemptuous look and said, "For the sake of our alliance this time, I'm already being very kind by not killing you. Hurry up and get lost." Yunxiao smiled indifferently and crossed his arms before his chest as he said, "I'm not used to Master Wuxia's sudden change of heart. You've risked your life, so I'll spare your life this time." Wuxia snorted. Yunxiao's smile did not fade. Don't do this. I'm really not used to it. Please don't spare me. Come and kill me." A cold aura gushed out from Wuxia's body as he furiously said, "You really want to die?" Yunxiao narrowed his eyes as he nodded and said, "It's true." Wuxia's face was gloomy and uncertain. He suddenly spread his wings and shouted, "This old master doesn't have time to waste with you. Don't cross the line." The spatial energy on the feather of the black swamp fluctuated and was about to break through the air. With a smile, Yunxiao threw a punch, and the entire space was instantly compressed. The twisting force around Wuxia bounced back and became flat, failing to break through the air. "Li Yunxiao!" Wuxia shouted angrily, "Don't force me." The smile on Yunxiao's face faded as he said coldly, "Crazy Jie, why are you still pretending in front of me? You can also break Yu Shengfeng's restriction. It really surprised me. I really want to know how you did it." Wuxia's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't hide it from your eyes. Indeed, I self-destructed my original Dantian to break the restriction, and I'm using my spare Dantian." Yunxiao's mouth was wide open in shock. He wiped the cold sweat off his face and said in a daze, "There's a backup for the Dantian. They are only a dozen votes ahead of the fourth-ranked team. Please continue to vote." Wuxia sneered. The Dantian is condensed into a sea of qi in a human's body, while it's condensed into a demonic core in a demonic beast's body. This old man's quasi-sage body can use both the sea of qi and the demonic core. I still have many spare Dantian. It's just that it hasn't been fully integrated yet. You must have seen the flaw from Di Ting's foot. right? Indeed. Xianxia did not deny it. At that moment of crisis, when your full-strength attack was not even as strong as in Fengling City, I knew that you must have had an accident while breaking the restrictive barrier. It's just that this young master didn't even dream that it would be broken in such a way. There's a lot more that you can't imagine, Wuxia said coldly. He furrowed his brows and asked, "By the way, how did you crack it? Your Shengfeng's seal is indeed powerful. There's no other way to break it apart than by force." "I'm not obliged to answer your questions," Xianxia said with a smile. "I've already said so much nonsense. Do you want to be beaten, or just surrender? Although my Dantian and Qihai aren't smooth at the moment, I'm still not someone you can defeat at your level. I'll be able to kill you even if I'm seriously injured at the very least," Wuxia said furiously. "Lord Jie," Xianxia sneered. "Stop pretending. When I attacked just now, you saw my 2 trump cards, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave." He waved his hand, and a golden light appeared in front of him. Lingmu Di and Beifeng Nan appeared on Wuxia's left and right respectively. The 3 of them formed a formation and sealed off Wuxia's path of retreat. Wuxia's expression changed drastically and became extremely grave. After staring at the 2 of them for a while, he slowly said, "You have the sacred artifact Noah's ship with you?" "Guess whatever you want," Xianxia said. "I just want to know if you want to be beaten or obey me." Wuxia was so angry that he laughed. "Even Nie Shengfeng can't make me submit to him. Who do you think you are?" Xianxia smiled and said, "My lord, don't be so excited. What Gu Shengfeng wants is a servant, and what I want is an alliance. The alliance between experts can be found everywhere. Moreover, even if Yu Shengfeng couldn't kill you, I might be able to. I know you have a glib tongue, but I really can't see what qualifications you have to form an alliance with me," Wuxia said coldly. "The qualification is very simple," Xianxia said. "If the 3 of us join forces to fight you, we will have a 50% chance of winning, and we will control your life and death. That is the qualification. As for benefits, did Darren forget about Wei Qing?" "What do you mean by that?" Wuxia's body trembled as he shouted. Xianxia smiled and said, "It's nothing. Don't forget the purpose of Xiao and Huanmie's trip. They wanted to capture me to kill you. Now they are both dead. If you were Wei Qing, who was far away in the sacred zone, what would you do?" Wuxia's brows furrowed. He had also cut off contact with Wei Qing, putting aside who had killed Xiao and Huanmie. Since Wei Qing had the intention to kill him, he would definitely not give up just like that given his style of doing things. His next operation would be even more thunderous. Seeing his hesitation, Xianxia laughed and said, "Wei Qing will definitely think that you're the one who killed Xiao and Huanmie, and his evaluation of your strength will rise to a level that far exceeds your own strength. Do you think you can escape the next time you attack? From your tone, could it be that you can help me kill Wei Qing?" Wuxia said coldly. "If he had the strength, would he still need to form an alliance with me?" "It's true that I don't have the ability to kill Wei Qing," Xianxia said. "But at least we have a better chance if we work together, right? There was a saying that the enemy of an enemy was a friend. To be honest, I also find it disgusting to work with a half-human, half-beast like you. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Qing's power is too strong, do you think I would be willing to work with a disgusting person like you? Humph, you're too smart. How do I know you're not using me?" Wuxia said in fear. "He's aiming at Wei Qing even though he's using it as a spear," Xianxia said with a smile. "Compared to me, the first person he wants to deal with is you, right?" Wuxia was clearly moved by his words and said, "Do you have any good ideas?" "Not for now," Xianxia said, "because I don't know Wei Qing well enough. I not only need your strength, but also your information. I don't know much about him, but I do know that he's conducting a secret experiment," Wuxia said with a frown. "A secret experiment?" Xianxia frowned. "A secret experiment?" Wuxia's face suddenly paled, and his body trembled. With a look of fear, he cried out, "Could it be that Inglua's experiment was a success? No, that's impossible." He suddenly felt as if he had lost his soul. He muttered to himself, No, he must have succeeded, he must have. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to kill me. How could he succeed? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Towards the end, he almost used up all his strength to scream, and his entire face became extremely ferocious. What kind of experiment is this? Xianxia shouted. What kind of experiment is this? Calm down and speak clearly. With a shout, the sky trembled, and Wuxia woke up from his daze. However, his face was still completely pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "The experiment of creating a god. God creation?" Xianxia raised his straight eyebrows and immediately understood. After a long pause, he finally could not help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. What a big joke. As a top-tier alchemist, would you believe such a thing? Ha ha ha. Wuxia did not smile. His expression was extremely calm as he said, "Didn't I create my half-saint body?" Xiao's smile faded as he said coldly, "You're different. Even if you gather the most powerful point of all the powerful creatures, you still can't sanctify your body. That's because gods cannot be created. Unless you control the universe and the 3,000 great Taos, then you can create gods. It's impossible to become a god in this world, but there's a way to strengthen one's physical body and infinitely approach the level of a first-rate holy body. For this goal, Wei Qing and I have done many experiments. That unparalleled divine physique official was also our test subject because he is extremely likely to open the 8 gates and sanctify his body." "What's the result of the experiment?" Xianxia asked solemnly. "What's the result? You're the only half-beast fish? I secretly developed this condition myself, so Wei Qing doesn't know about it. I only know a small portion of the information he has. I'm just a small branch of his big experimental project. What I'm doing here is only the study of body fusion. As for how to make up for the shortcomings and eliminate the backlash, you've seen it for yourself. The results are amazing." "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "Could it be that Wei Qing has already obtained the results of your research, so he doesn't need you anymore? Or did you offend him in any way?" "I definitely won't." Wuxia shook his head. "I'm the only one who knows about this method to achieve balance after eliminating all the backlashes. As for offending Ingluo Humph at our level, is there anything more important than reaching the immortal level?" Xianxia fell into deep thought, and his face turned extremely serious as he said, "According to what you've said, you're of no use to him anymore, so he killed you. And he doesn't need this countercharge balancing technique anymore." "That's right." Wuxia's face turned pale. "He invested a lot of energy and resources to support my art research, but now he doesn't want it anymore. It's too strange. Therefore, I'm guessing that he's most likely already mastered the true technique of achieving full mastery of the physical body." Lingmu Di, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "One only needs to open 8 gates to complete the physical body. It's a way to cultivate one's own body. Even if there are no rules of the 10 directions in the world, it can be done, but it's more difficult. It's not like there's no precedent of achieving all 8 gates through the art of sorcery." "What?" Xianxia and Wuxia cried out in alarm at the same time. "My lord," Xianxia said in surprise, "you know the method to attain physical perfection?" Wuxia, on the other hand, stared at Lingmu Di with a puzzled expression. He did not know who this person was to dare to say such big words. "Yes." Lingmu Di nodded. "I do know of a way to break the 8 shackles through art. Some divine pills are extremely powerful and can do this. However, all of them could only be achieved by using the power of the omnidirectional divine realm and condensing rules. Under the current sky, it's very difficult. There's a person with a complete physical body here, why don't you ask him?" He suddenly pointed with his finger. What? The two were shocked again. Xianxia was slightly better, as he knew that Bai Ming Nan had the heaven and earth poison body and had condensed the 7 illusion green damask. In that era, it was not surprising that he could sanctify his body. Bai Ming Nan's face was filled with a complicated expression as he slowly said, "I'd rather not have a complete physical body back then and return to the earth long ago. I don't want to stay in this world and become like this, neither human nor ghost. We're here to listen to your opinion, not your lament." said Ling Mudi, rolling his beady eyes. Xiao Mujia's eyes squinted and turned green as he saw through Baiming Nan's appearance. He couldn't help but be shocked. Baiming Nan sighed. Actually, there's nothing strange about it. Back then, I directly refined the 7 illusions green damask and combined it with my heaven-earth venomous body. I opened the 8 gates and sanctified my body. I didn't use the power of the 10 rules. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he blurted out, if there's a martial artist with the heaven-earth venomous body now, and I let him refine the 5 major poisons of extinction, would I be able to sanctify my body? Bei Xiaonan frowned and thought for a while, then said, as long as I don't die, I should be able to. The so-called heaven-earth poison body isn't impervious to all poison. At least the 5 major exterminating poisons can take its life. If one can refine it into an undying body, one can stimulate the power of the poison body to the limit and break through the 8 gates shackles. Xiao Mujia's eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't help but be extremely wary of Baiming Nan. Your art of Tao is very special. Do you have any art that can help me recover my appearance? Beifeng Nan glanced at him. Xiao Mujia was stunned for a moment before he frowned and said, isn't this Ing Luo a little difficult? You've already become a rotten corpse. How are you going to recover? AI, 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 AI. Bei Xiaonan sighed. Don't worry too much about your appearance. Ling Mudi comforted him. What men pursue is the ultimate strength. Moreover, your saintly being is still at a very elementary level. If you continue to cultivate, you'll definitely be able to recover on your own. I know that too, Baiming Nan said. But under the sky, there aren't any rules of the 10 directions. How can I cultivate? Everyone was speechless. Who exactly are you two? Xiao Mujia asked in a daze. All right, back to the topic, Yunxiao said. Do you want to resist or cooperate with me? What kind of cooperation? Xiao Mujia asked with an ashen face. Let's fight Wei Qing together, Yunxiao said. Stay in my saint artifact, and when we encounter Wei Qing's minions, I'll ask you to come out and kill them. Xiao Mujia's expression changed and he sneered. Li Yunxiao, aren't you being too insincere? Once you enter the saint artifact, your life and death will be in your hands. I don't think I have any reason to kill you, Yunxiao said. I don't think I have any reason to kill you. Furthermore, with your abilities, isn't it easy for you to break through the barrier? Your power will never be exhausted. If this place can't suppress you, it'll also be difficult to suppress you in the Saint Artifact. Besides, don't you think that the Saint Artifact is your safest place? Wei Qing would never know where you are even if he cracked his head. Say no more. It's impossible for me to enter your Saint Weapon directly, Xiao Mujia said coldly. It seems that I have to drag you in, Yunxiao said with a cold look in his eyes. I'll have to drag you in. TSK. Do you have the ability to do so? Xiao Mujia immediately became alert. His body began to transform as dark claws, ape arms, black wings, horn, tentacles, scales, and so on appeared one by one. He put his palms together and made a strange hand seal. The green battleship fish also appeared and swam around him. He grabbed the padao in his hand and stared at the 3 people vigilantly, especially Baiming Nan. Lord Mudi, Yunxiao said with a smile. This mad hero is not honest. What should we do? Then let's beat him until he's honest. Ling Mudi laughed. He raised his hand and the reverse soul whip shot out tens of thousands of golden lights and struck down. Xiao Mujia's eyes darkened as he raised his saber and slashed down, shattering the 10,000 golden light beams in an instant. Arg! This is Ing Luo. His head ached, and he felt like it was about to split. Ling Mudi faced the blade head-on, allowing the blade light to hit his body. He was only knocked back a few feet, leaving a shallow mark, and then he rushed back. Beifeng Nan also made his move. A sword as cold as water cut through the air and slashed down. Xiao Mujia was incomparably furious. He held his head with one hand and grabbed his padao with his right hand to meet the attack. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light in the sky, and the Divine Realm tablet fell directly from the sky. In addition to the power of the world, golden chains also appeared and locked Xiao Mujia up. What? You should die. He was extremely shocked. He knew the origin of this thing and also understood that it was thanks to this chain that he was able to escape from Yu Shengfeng's hands. The power of the realm directly wrapped around his arm, and the power of the knife suddenly weakened. Bang! The eternal imperial sword struck the Padao and sent it flying. Beifeng formed an incantation gesture with one hand and a cold light flashed on the treasured sword. It suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless corpse puppets that directly drilled into Qiu Mujia's body. Ah? What is this? Qiu Mujia was greatly shocked and violently shook his body. Densely packed scales covered his entire body. But the corpse puppet had intelligence and specially wormed into the gaps of the scales, directly squeezing in to eat the meat. Qiu Mujia's entire body was in excruciating pain. He suddenly clenched his fists and a surge of energy gushed out from his dantian. His body instantly turned into an iron wall as he trembled. Bang, 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 bang. The countless corpse puppets were all sent flying, but their bodies were covered in blood. Beifeng chuckled. With a wave of his hand, countless corpse puppets gathered together, turning into a sharp sword and returning to his hand. Right at this moment, a large, icy-cold hand noiselessly grabbed onto Qiu Mujia's neck from behind. The gored little King Kong's head came close to his ear and whispered, "Do you know what the ice fiend heart flame is?" Qiu Mujia's entire body trembled. He didn't know, but the terrifying power of that ice flower when he was dealing with Lin Shengfeng earlier was still clearly reflected in his mind. His forehead was full of beads of sweat, flowing down his temples and down his neck. "Why are you sweating so much?" Ling Mudi asked in surprise. "Why don't I use a flame to help you roast it?" His cold hands clenched even tighter. Qiu Mujia only felt a sharp pain on his neck, but he didn't dare to move. At this moment, Baiming Nan was looking at him with a faint smile. A ball of green smoke rose from his hand and kept changing its shape, becoming crystal clear. Gulp! He swallowed with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Good! I'll cooperate." Ling Mudi patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Smart people should have been like this long ago. Why suffer a beating for nothing?" Qiu Mujia's face paled as he gritted his teeth and said, "But, Li Yunxiao, you have to swear that you will not do anything to me." Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I can only promise that I won't deal with you before I deal with Wei Qing. I can't guarantee anything else." Qiu Mujia's expression changed several times before he finally nodded and replied, "Good. Then it's settled." Yunxiao changed the incantation gesture with both hands, and the divine realm tablet in the sky shone with tens of thousands of golden beams as a whole new world slowly descended. Other than shock, Qiu Mujia's eyes also had a trace of helplessness and near despair. The Lingmu flute carried him and flew in. Beifeng Nan's figure also flickered and flew back into the divine realm tablet. Yunxiao put away the profound level weapon and breathed a heavy sigh. Subduing Qiu Mujia would definitely be a great help, but he still had to be on guard against his betrayal. With the appearance of Yu Shengfeng in Red Moon City, everything had become even more unpredictable. Moreover, the death of Xiao Xiao and Huan Mie would definitely attract an even more powerful force from Wei Qing. Yunxiao pondered for a while, then looked at Hongyue City with a complicated look and murmured, "I wonder where Ruobing and her daughter are now." He instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew in the direction of the city. After the huge commotion, the entire city was filled with discussions and speculations. However, the city's defense was not strengthened. Tang Qing also knew that the so-called city defense could only control some low-level martial artists. It was almost useless against martial supremes and above. "Did you hear what happened just now? I heard that the huge explosion caused by the Soul Formation Realm Master, Hai Luo Tian's, experiment killed Lord Yong Tianyun." "No way. Lord Yong Tianyun is also a 9th-tier alchemist, so there shouldn't be much difference between their strength, right? Hee, you probably don't know. How could you believe in rumors? It was all to cover up the truth, and it was said by people with ulterior motives. The truth is that Lord Luo Tian assassinated Lord Yong Tianyun in order to compete for the position of the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation. Then, he said that it was an accident." "No way? Was Lu Zongzi, the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation, coming down? How did you know? Luo Tian is planning ahead. He's using all means possible to eliminate strong competitors. As for how I know, let me tell you, I have people in the 2 sacred lands and the 7 great sects. What? You're not lying to us, are you? If you have such connections, why would you still be a small rogue cultivator in the Red Moon City? TSK, what do you know? I've just seen through the world and have no intention of conquering the world. Think about it, how many things in the past and present were laughed at. It was better to drink a pot of turbid wine. Otherwise, if I wanted to, how could the position of the city lord of Red Moon City be given to Tang Qing? TSK, he would at most be a deputy city lord. Don't look at me with that look of disbelief, or I'll poke your eyes out. Gulp. He believed her, but he still had some doubts. Since you're so capable, can you please take care of this little brother? Of course you can. 2 sacred lands, 7 supreme sects, where do you want to go? It'll only take a few words. Ah? I can go? It's really a happy event that fell from the sky. How should I choose? 2 holy lands and 7 major sects? It's too difficult to choose. It's fine, take your time. By the way, who was that girl in the long dress who was with you last time? The one with the slender waist. The one with her hair in a bun. The one with rouge on her face. The one who wriggled as she walked. The one with the most coquettish look. Oh, you're talking about Lily. She's my distant cousin. He came to the Red Moon City to see me. Brother, I'm definitely going to be friends with you. I'm bringing Lily out to have some fun tonight. Oh right, the Blade sect seems to be lacking a vice sect leader. Although I only need to say one sentence, you're not strong enough. Even if you become the leader, it'll be hard to convince the public. I'll think of a way to get you an essence replenishment pill in the next few days so that you can break through to the Martial King realm. That way, you'll become the vice sect leader, and the people under the Blade sect won't have anything to say. Really? Brother, thank you. I'm really grateful. If you can become the vice sect leader of the Blade sect, you'll be my great benefactor. It's fine, it's a small matter. It won't be a problem for you to become the vice sect leader, but you'll still have to work hard in your cultivation. Only then will you be able to properly break through to the Martial King realm, or even the Martial Emperor realm, or even the Martial Revered realm. Only then will you be able to truly become an overlord of a region. The Martial Emperor and the Martial Venerable are the overlords of the world. I dare not think about it. I never dared to think about it. I didn't dare to think about it in the past. But now that I've met you, I'll have a chance even if I'm a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. By the way, remember to bring Lily out to play tonight. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the 2 holy lands or the 7 great sects in this lifetime. Yes, definitely. As Xianxia strolled through the city, all kinds of rumors were spreading everywhere, and the description of what had happened just now was beyond recognition. Suddenly, his eyes focused as a familiar back came into view. That person was carrying a jar of wine in his hand and walking forward powerlessly. He stared at the slightly hunched back and slowly recited, "In the peach dock, there is a peach nunnery, and in the nunnery, there is a peach fairy. The peach blossom Immortal planted peach trees and picked peach blossoms to exchange for wine money." The figure's body trembled and he turned around. His face was full of stubbles and he looked listless. A sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes as he said in surprise, "Li Yunxiao." Yunxiao's eyes were smiling as he nodded and said, "Long time no see, Master Ning Hangfeng." The dispirited figure was Ning Hangfeng, the former commander of the Imperial Army of the Red Moon City, a 4-star martial emperor. At this moment, he was dispirited and listless, looking like he had given up on himself. As soon as he saw Yunxiao, a ripple appeared in his cloudy eyes, and a bright light and a hint of excitement flashed in them. A friend once told me that the more you drink, the warmer you feel, and the colder the water, Yunxiao said leisurely. The more you drink, the warmer you feel. But later, a friend told me that the more she drinks, the colder she gets. Do you know why? Ning Hongfeng's eyes glowed and he laughed. I heard my sister say that last time because her heart is cold. What about you? Yunxiao asked. Me? Ning Hangfeng took a few gulps of wine and said, I've long lost my heart. His eyes were cold as he said, Are you here to save Ruobing? Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, Do you know where he is? Ning Hangfeng laughed. Haha, you're still a righteous kid. Come with me. He threw the wine jar away, scaring the people around him. The two of them disappeared from the street one after another. Moreover, the conversation between the two was not concealed at all. Many passers-by stopped to look at each other, revealing strange and stunned expressions. Very quickly, the two of them came to a building and looked into the distance. Ning Hangfeng pointed ahead and said, It's the place where my sister used to live. Yunxiao looked over and saw a peaceful paradise with small bridges, flowing water, and winding corridors. Take Ruobing away, Ning Hangfeng said. Get as far away from this place as possible. It was best to find a place to live in seclusion and never ask about the affairs of the world again. If you can't, at least let Ruobing live in seclusion so that she can live happily. Yunxiao gave him a look. She is Jiang Churen's daughter, the daughter of the former city lord of Red Moon City. This is her home. Ning Hangfeng was stunned and smiled bitterly. Home? This used to be everyone's home. But now, many people have lost their homes. So, what we need to do is not to hide, Yunxiao said. We need to take it back. Ning Hongfeng's whole body trembled. His eyes flashed with a complicated look. Then he laughed like a deflated ball. Ha! Take it back? Where do you think you are? This is the Red Moon City. One of the 7 superpowers, the Red Moon City. What could they use to take it? Just you? Or me? Ha! This is too funny. He laughed so hard that 2 lines of tears came out of his eyes, with blood in them. Yunxiao looked at him calmly and said, Ning Hangfeng, you were a 4-star martial sovereign the last time we came to the Red Moon City, and I was only a 6 stars martial supreme. Now I'm an 8 stars martial sovereign, but you're still a 4-star martial sovereign. Not only me, but your sister will also be disappointed in you. Ning Hongfeng's body trembled, and he suddenly said, My sister? By the way, do you know where my sister is? Is she still alive? He seemed to have spent a great deal of effort to ask this question. He was sweating like rain, and his face was pale. Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said, Your sister is still alive. Ah? It's true, you're not lying to me. Ning Hangfeng was overjoyed. He was so excited that his tears flowed. He's still alive, Yunxiao said. But he's under someone else's control. I was hoping that you would save her. But now it seems that I've been overthinking. He shook his head in disappointment. Subject to who? Ning Hongfeng's face was full of shame and anger. Tell me, Yunxiao said. Wouldn't I be sending you to your death? With your weak strength, you can't even get within 1,000 meters of him, he said scornfully. You'll only add to my troubles if I ask. Peepa! Ning Hangfeng clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, and his whole face was red with shame and anger. Everyone's situation is different, Yunxiao said. Their positions and energy are also different, and their future achievements vary. Some people can break through to the peak of the martial sovereign realm and peek into the supreme divine path, while some people may be stuck below the martial sovereign realm forever, with no hope of reaching the 9 heavens realm for the rest of their lives. The common people are like ants, so what are the strong? He pointed at Ning Hongfeng's heart and said seriously, True experts are here. They don't turn back, become braver the more they suffer, and never admit defeat. That's the true expert. Ning Hongfeng's body trembled violently. His fingers dug into his flesh, and blood dripped to the ground. I'll tell you about Ning Qiue when you become a strong man, Yunxiao said. I'll tell you about her. With that, he took a step forward, and his entire person became absent-minded, turning into green smoke and dissipating in the tower. Ning Hongfeng's wailing came from the tower, his voice full of hatred and sorrow. Above the building, the space slightly rippled, and a figure slowly emerged. He was completely wrapped in black robes, looking at the peach garden in front of him, and did not move for a long time. Ning Hangfeng was only a few meters away from the black-robed figure, but he did not notice it at all. His cries of pain gradually died down, and finally, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. The black-robed old man stared into the distance and muttered to himself, "Li Yunxiao? Who the hell are you?" It was a paradise, filled with fresh grass and flowers. The willow trees were green, and the shadows moved in the wind. Butterflies and dragonflies danced among the flowers. Smoke rose in the water, and spiritual chi dispersed in the air. It was quiet, completely different from the bustling Red Moon City. A few swallows were chirping on the willow tree, carrying dead branches and soil in their mouths as they built their nests. Early birds fight for warmth in several places, whose new swallow pecks at the spring mud. Under the willow, a woman in white looked at the spring swallow and smiled. It was a rare smile that seemed to silently nourish the world and add spring to the flowers. AI, you still have the mood to admire the flowers and birds. This is called the old swallow in front of Wuxia's palace, flying into the homes of ordinary people. You and I, the noble princesses of Red Moon City, were instantly reduced to other people's playthings, not even comparable to a bird. A red-robed woman beside him lazily raised her arm and sighed with hidden bitterness. You're fine. If you marry Tang Xian, you may even be the mistress of Red Moon City in the future. Your status will not be lowered. I'm in for it. I'm reduced to a pile of mud, and I don't even know who I'll end up in. If sister likes it, Zhang Ruobing said, you can marry Tang Xian. Zhang Ruomei was filled with resentment and anger. She pinched Zhang Ruobing's delicate face and looked her up and down. I don't think you're prettier than me, so why are you the bride? Don't be too greedy. Even if you're still a princess, the person you'll marry will be nothing more than this. After you get married, serve young Master Tang Xian well and strive for a favored position. I'm still counting on you in the future. Zhang Ruomei's face was full of jealousy. She proudly stuck out her twin peaks, her chest wrapped in red satin, which was captivating. After she was completely reborn, she had a slender waist, smooth skin, and jade bones. She was wearing a red gauze dress, and her charm was no less than Zhang Ruobing's. In fact, she was even more charming. Zhang Ruobing frowned. Sister, don't talk nonsense. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the smooth transition of the Red Moon City. But how can I treat Tang Xian sincerely? Io, you still want to sacrifice yourself? I've wronged you, right? Zhang Ruomei sneered. You're a lady in dire straits now. He's the son of the city lord of Red Moon City. Who's trying to claim connections with who? Do you still remember how those people looked down on you in the Jade Toad sect? Even that Toad Qinwei wanted to touch you. But when the Tang family sent a message saying that they wanted to marry you, didn't you see how those people's attitude towards us changed? Qin Wei's perverted eyes have changed. Zhang Ruobing felt upset and said, aren't sister and Qin Wei together? She'll serve Qin Wei well and become the matriarch of the Jade Toad sect in the future. Her status will be extremely high. Humph. Why are you the mistress of the Red Moon City, and I can only be the mistress of the Jade Toad clan? Zhang Ruomei was not convinced. In terms of birth, I'm the same as you. In terms of beauty, I'm not inferior to you. In terms of pleasing men, I'm more than 100 times better than you. Why should I be inferior to you? A look of shame and anger flashed across Zhang Ruobing's face as she rebuked. It's rare for me to come out for a walk, yet I still have to listen to elder sister's nonsense. How am I spouting nonsense? Zhang Ruomei asked coldly. Which part is wrong? A light flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly laughed. Are you still thinking about that Li Yunxiao? Zhang Ruobing's body trembled and she hurriedly said, no, don't talk nonsense. No. Zhang Ruomei smiled slyly. Then forget it. I thought you were interested in Li Yunxiao. I've just heard some news about him. I wanted to tell you, but it seems that there's no need to. What? What's the news about Li Yunxiao? Zhang Ruobing panicked. She knew that Zhang Ruomei was bullying her on purpose, so she said angrily, if you don't want to tell me, then please leave immediately. Okay. I'll tell you, don't get angry. Zhang Ruomei smiled and said, and you said you didn't miss him? But it's no wonder. Li Yunxiao is handsome, confident, and strong. He has a wild and unruly personality, and he is a disdainful man. Enough! Jiang Ruobing's face turned red and she rebuked, "Just tell me the news." Seeing that she was really angry, Jiang Ruomei didn't dare to continue. She changed the topic and said, "I just heard from the people of the Four Extremes sect that not long ago, Li Yunxiao made a big mess in Fengling City and almost destroyed the entire city. Now, the Four Extremes sect has already sent experts to capture him, and even the experts of the Sea of Soul Formation have been dispatched. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape this time." Jiang Ruobing's expression turned ugly, and she said anxiously, "What is he doing in Fengling City? Don't you know that we're in troubled times right now? What a fool, a Dumbo. What are you doing?" Jiang Ruomei chuckled and said, "Do you really not know, or are you just pretending? The entire world knows that he came to the Red Moon City to save you." Jiang Ruobing's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lips until they were bright red. "I'm fine. Why do I need him to save me? Hurry up and get him to leave." "Are you all right?" Jiang Ruomei asked with a smile. "Why can't Big Sister see it? You've been frowning all day, and in just a few days you've lost even more weight than me. It really makes Big Sister jealous. Why are all the good men in the world blind? Which part of me can't compare to you?" Her monthly votes had been overtaken by 40 votes. She's now in 4th place. "Yunxiao?" Jiang Ruobing gritted her teeth and asked, "Sister, do you have a way to contact Li Yunxiao? Tell him to leave early and not get involved." "You really think too highly of your sister?" Jiang Ruomei said angrily. "Took me a lot of effort to get this information. You don't know how those people from the Four Extremes sect looked at me when they told me the news. They looked like they wanted to eat me up. If you ask me to find a way to contact Li Yunxiao, you're forcing me to sell my body." "Then what should we do?" Jiang Ruobing asked anxiously. "If Li Yunxiao comes, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? Hey, what are you worried about? A fool who overestimates his own ability is coming to him. What a romantic story." Jiang Ruomei was extremely envious. She started to analyze the situation like a love-struck fool. Li Yunxiao and Tang Xian are two men with completely different styles. They are handsome young men. An ignorant girl like you may like Li Yunxiao's unruly wildness more, but Tang Xian's gentle and elegant behavior and prominent family background can move a mature woman like me. Yunxiao is only suitable to live in romance. If he dares to come, he will magnify the romance to the extreme and then shatter it like fireworks. Wow, what a beautiful feeling. Jiang Ruobing was so shocked by her bang that her whole body trembled. She said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and leave." Jiang Ruomei snorted coldly. "I'm just thinking about it. Yunxiao is a smart man. He won't come to his death for a woman. Even if he really came, what ability did he have to take you from Tang Xian? You don't have to worry. Just enjoy the spring and wait for you to be the bride." Jiang Ruobing was feeling frustrated. If it wasn't for the fact that it was her own sister in front of her, she would have gone over and slapped her to death. "Get lost? Get lost with me right now." I'll get lost then. Good intentions don't get rewarded. I won't tell you any more news next time." Jiang Ruomei's face darkened. She turned around and was about to leave when she was suddenly startled. She looked in front of her in horror. A man had appeared leisurely under the willow. "Ah!" The two sisters cried out in alarm at the same time, their faces pale with shock. "Long time no see, Miss Ruomei," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You look like a newcomer, as beautiful as a fairy." "Kiki." After a short moment of shock, Jiang Ruomei giggled. She blinked her charming eyes and said softly, "Young Master Yunxiao, long time no see. You're even more handsome now. You've even learned how to talk and please girls." Yunxiao crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, "Is there? It's just a fact. Why are you here?" Jiang Ruobing also woke up from her daze. Her eyes could not help but flash with tears. She secretly wiped them away and looked around anxiously. "This place is heavily guarded. How did you get in? Hurry up and leave. Leave the Red Moon City and never come back." Yunxiao. Yunxiao nodded. "Well, come with me." "No." the two sisters said loudly at the same time. Jiang Ruomei stood in front of Jiang Ruobing, her eyes turning cold as she looked at Yunxiao and said, "Don't even think about taking my sister away. You'll only bring harm to everyone." Yunxiao looked at Jiang Ruobing, his eyes as bright as stars and as clear as water, without any ripples. Jiang Ruobing's face turned red and her heart ached at the same time. She couldn't help but shed tears and said, "My sister is right. You should leave quickly. I will not go with you." "Oh, is it really as you said, Miss Ruomei?" Yunxiao laughed. "Is Tang Xian's gentle and elegant appearance and prominent family background so attractive?" Jiang Ruomei replied coldly, "At least I'm much stronger than you. You toad. Don't even think about touching my sister. If you don't leave, I'll call for help. There are at least 100 experts lying in ambush nearby. I only need to shout, and they'll tear you to pieces in minutes." Jiang Ruobing hurriedly stopped Jiang Ruomei, afraid that she would really call for help. "You should leave quickly. My sister is right. I'm too involved. I'm no longer a child," she said with a sad smile. "I can't be willful anymore. My father is gone, so I have to take responsibility. Marrying Tang Xian might really be the best ending for me." Yunxiao's heart twitched, and an inexplicable sense of irritation spread out. "Think about it. I'll come to you the day after tomorrow. Give me an answer. Let's go. Don't come and cause trouble. My sister will never go with you. I'll give you the answer now. Get lost, you toad." Jiang Ruomei retorted and raised her fist in a punching posture. Yunxiao gave Jiang Ruobing a look, then his figure slowly faded and disappeared from the paradise. "Humph. I didn't think that this toad would really dare to come." Jiang Ruomei's eyes turned cold. "I'll go inform the people of the Four Extremes sect and have them catch this toad." "Don't." Jiang Ruobing grabbed her and said anxiously, "Are you trying to anger me to death?" Jiang Ruomei looked at her coldly. Then her expression became gentle. She wiped the tears from Jiang Ruobing's face and said gently, "Ruobing, you did the right thing just now. You're no longer a child, you have to consider the big picture. If you really leave with Yunxiao, not only my sister but also my mother, the entire Jiang family, and even the old forces of the entire Red Moon City will be consigned to eternal damnation. You won't abandon us, will you?" Jiang Ruobing choked bitterly and said, "Sister, don't worry. Of course not. You're all grown up now, so I'll naturally be at ease," Jiang Ruomei said, nodding. Suddenly, she had an idea and asked, "What did Li Yunxiao say just now?" "He'll come to see you the day after tomorrow." Jiang Ruobing shuddered and cried out, "The day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow is the wedding. What is he trying to do?" Jiang Ruomei's eyes turned cold, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. With a mocking smile, she said, "He really doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. On the day of the wedding, countless experts in the world will gather in the Red Moon City, and he actually wants to come and rob the wedding? Haha, this is too funny. Does he think he's a titled martial sovereign? Ha ha ha. What an idiot." Jiang Ruobing was in a daze. Her mind went blank and she felt like the world was spinning. She fell to the ground powerlessly. In Red Moon City, in an exquisite wing room, incense smoke rose from the furnace, accompanied by music. A red sandalwood screen carved with clouds and dragons was inlaid with jade, reflecting beautiful figures and dancing zither strings. Suddenly, the figure stopped, and the music stopped. A woman's voice was heard, and she softly called out, "Junting?" Han Junting quickly walked out from behind the screen and bowed. "Junting greets Martial Uncle Kiyun." Grandma Sunflower also stood by the side respectfully. A green shadow suddenly flashed in the room, and a woman in a palace dress appeared. The woman's long hair was tied into a bun with a few scattered golden flowers. Her whole body exuded a noble aura. She walked straight to the front of the hall and sat down. "How's the matter I asked you to investigate?" Han Junting was still dressed as an old man, and her every move was mature. She coughed a few times and said, "Everything you've told me to do has been investigated thoroughly. I can also deduce some of the flaws." "Oh? Then hurry up and tell me." The lady in the court dress was a little impatient. We can be sure that Jiang Churin is dead, and she was killed by Murong Zhu, who was possessed by the moon eye, Han Junting said. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed drastically and she shouted, "Who is it?" His eyes were like blades as he looked into the void. The lady looked at her in surprise and said, "Junting, your cultivation has improved a lot. You can even detect my father's traces." "What? This person is Xianxia?" Han Junting was shocked. A black-robed man slowly appeared in the air. His face was unclear, and he floated in the air above the wing room like a ghost. Grandma Sunflower was extremely shocked. With her cultivation base of a 9 stars martial emperor, she could not sense the existence of the person in front of her at all. "Father, you're such a smart spy. You've been watching me the moment I entered the Red Moon City," the girl said. A pair of old and muddy eyes slowly emerged from the black robe and said slowly, "This matter concerns your younger sister. How can I not be anxious?" The woman snorted. If father really cared, he could have stopped Murong Zhu when she came out from the depths of the earth and the sky. He wouldn't have let Murong Zhu take my sister. The black-robed man was silent, as if he had something he couldn't say, as well as guilt and self-blame. The woman in the court dress also felt a little regretful. She felt that her tone was too harsh and hurriedly said, "Father, don't mind me. I was just casually saying it. I was just a little resentful. You're right. I'm not only an incompetent city lord, I'm also an incompetent father," the black-robed man said. "Sigh, I'd rather live my life, but it's a failure after all." Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower stood quietly by the side, listening to the conversation between the father and daughter. They did not dare to interrupt. Ning Qiyun hurriedly said, "Father, please don't say that. I believe that you must have your own difficulties that day." Ning Kuei sighed and said, "Let's not talk about that day. This head shopkeeper of the Star and Moon School must be the personal disciple of Palace Master Chu Hongyan of the Divine Firmament Palace. Han Junting greets the old city lord." Han Junting quickly bowed. "You're good," Ning Kuei nodded. Han Junting did not understand what he meant. Ning Qiyun suddenly laughed and said, "Father, you rarely praise others. Back then, when my sister was so talented that she could make time sing like a song, you only said good. Now you're saying very good without hesitation. It can be seen that Junting's talent is far above my sister's." "I'm glad you still remember what happened that year," Ning Kuei said. Ning Qiyun looked a little angry and said, "Of course I remember. Father has never praised me, as if I've never been as good as my sister. Humph, if not for that, why would I go to Shunshao Palace in a fit of anger, away from Hongyue City, and not want to see father again?" Ning Kuei took off the black hat on his head and revealed his old face in front of everyone. He had a head full of silver hair and his face was full of chiseled marks left by time. Even such a peerless master could not resist the ruthlessness of time. Ning Qiyun's body trembled. She felt her eyes ache and called out, "Father, you're already an expert of your generation," Ning Kuei said with a smile. Ning Qiyun's eyes lit up and she smiled. "Father, you finally praised me. You're a member of the Ning family of the Red Moon City," Ning Kuei said. "You've come back. You didn't let me down." "I don't dare to disappoint you, father," Ning Qiyun replied with a faint smile. Ning Kuei's face turned serious and he said, "The news just now is confirmed to be true. Is Chu Ran really dead? Although no one has seen it personally, I can basically confirm it," Han Junting quickly said. Ning Kuei said, "The Moon Pupil Clan?" Back then, Gu Feiyang was also possessed by Yutong. Later, he completely suppressed Yutong and used her. Murong Zhu's strength is still slightly inferior to Gu Feiyang's. According to the information, Murong Zhu should have died a long time ago, Han Junting said. The current Murong Zhu is only a body, completely controlled by Yutong. Ning Kuei was stunned for a moment and sighed. "I see. That child is very outstanding. I didn't expect him to be one step ahead of me. All of them have passed away, leaving only me, this old skeleton, in this world." "Don't talk nonsense, father," Ning Qiyun said. For my sister's matter, I just went to the holy city of Misty Snow and saw Lord Gongyang Xianxia. The holy region is planning for this matter and will probably send experts to encircle and annihilate the Moon Eye. Ning Kuei's face changed slightly, and he said, "Then your sister Xianxia?" "Don't worry, father. Lord Gongyang Xianxia has promised me that he will try his best to save my sister's life." Ning Qian said. "I have news too," Han Junting said. "I heard that Yutong has killed many people from the sacred zone. It's reasonable for them to be surrounded. If a saint makes a move, this Yutong won't be able to escape." Ning Qian said, "Yes, no matter how strong the Moon Eye is, it can't escape the pursuit of the sacred zone. Furthermore, I heard from Lord Gongyang Xianxia that the Murong family will also be sending people to assist in the encirclement." "The Murong family?" Han Junting asked. "So many years have passed. Would they still care about this matter?" "I also find it strange," Ning Qian said. Ning Kuei said, "Murong Zhu was also the #1 genius of the Murong family. Not only that, but he was also the key to unlocking the Murong family's bloodline. The Murong family must have come for this key." The few of them were shocked, not understanding the meaning behind it. Ning Kuei said, "I don't know much about the twists and turns. I've only heard from Kiyue. It was also because of this key that Murong Zhu was unable to control her own fate, which led to the tragedy that followed. No matter what, as long as my sister is fine," Ning Qian said. She looked at Ning Kuei and finally couldn't help but say, "I still don't understand why father would give up the Red Moon City to Tang Qing. On the day of the incident in the Red Moon City, if father had not turned around and helped Tang Qing, the Red Moon City would still be in the hands of the 3 great aristocratic families." Ning Kuei sighed. "The Red Moon City is in Tang Qing's hands. At least it's still under my control. If it was someone else, I'm afraid father would not be able to control it." The others, the few of them were shocked and revealed a look of horror. Ning Qian said, "Who's this other person?" Ning Kuei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "You guys don't have to ask. Letting Tang Qing take control of the Crimson Moon City is just a temporary measure. Originally, I wanted to wait for the right time to let Chu Ran take over again, but now I'm so frustrated. The most suitable person to take charge of the Red Moon City is your sister. So, Qian, you have to bring your sister back." Ning Qian was shocked. Her father didn't want to say it clearly because the enemy was too powerful, so he didn't want her to get involved. Who in the world could make her father fear such an existence? She was a little confused for a moment and replied, "I know, father." "Be careful in everything you do," Ning Kuei said. "The Red Moon City is already in a life and death crisis. If there is trouble in the future, I hope that the Divine Cloud Palace can help." Han Junting saw him looking at her and quickly bowed. This junior will definitely do his best. Ning Ku knew that Han Junting was only talking about herself and not Xinshao Palace, but she still smiled and said, "Then this old man thanks you." "I wouldn't dare. I should be the one thanking you for your help, old city lord," Han Junting hurriedly replied. Ning Kuei's face suddenly became strange. He said suspiciously, "Then will Li Yunxiao really kidnap the wedding?" Han Junting frowned and said, "From this junior's understanding of this person, he is simply unrestrained, bold, and unexpected. With his personality, he will definitely do it." Ning Kuei said, "I've seen this person before. He's indeed a rare genius. Since he has feelings for Jiang Ruobing, I'll give him a chance. The red, yellow, and blue elders are under my command now. I will stop their actions. He's quite an interesting kid. Who knows, he might be able to surprise me." Ning Qian said, "I heard that you're very close to this man. If you try to break the marriage, won't you die?" To come to the Red Moon City to abduct a bride. This person's strength aside, his intelligence is worrying. Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower's faces twitched and they fell silent. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Ning Qian frowned. Han Junting laughed bitterly. "Junior Master, you are indeed biased. This person is very difficult to deal with. He is definitely not the kind of person who is brave but lacks wisdom. If we cannot suppress him in the Red Moon City this time, he will most likely become an existence similar to a titled martial sovereign in the future. A titled martial sovereign? Humph, Jun Ting, you're too naive. Ning Qiyun still didn't care and said, it's inevitable for young people to have hot-blooded impulses, not to mention when their own strength is not bad. If this child is really good, father can consider subduing him and bringing him into Red Moon City. After all, the development of the Red Moon City still needs a lot of new blood. Ning Kuei smiled and said, if we can take him in, it would be our greatest gain this time. However, from what I can see, it is too difficult. I can't stay here any longer, he said. I'll leave. Qiyun, if you have time, go visit Hangfeng. Ning Qiyun's body trembled slightly, and she said, yes, father. Ning Kuei nodded, turned into a black gas, and disappeared from the room. Junting. Ning Qiyun thought for a while and said, use all your power to find out who the person my father is afraid of is. Yes, uncle. Han Junting replied. Ning Qiyun's face was solemn. She also disappeared from the room with one step, leaving only a faint fragrance. The room fell silent. Han Junting seemed to be deep in thought. After a long time, she said slowly, I've done what I promised Yunxiao. Now it's time to find a way to deal with him. We can't let him grow any longer. I don't think you need to worry, head shopkeeper, Grandma Sunflower said. If Yunxiao really dares to abduct the wedding, he'll be dead for sure. Han Junting shook her head and said, I think so too, but I don't think things will go so smoothly. If we can't kill him this time, I'm afraid that we'll have to wait for Master to come out of seclusion in the future. Head shopkeeper, you're not thinking of asking the Palace Master to take action personally, are you? Grandma Sunflower asked in surprise. Han Junting's eyes flashed with a cold light. This kind of monster can't be judged with common sense. It's not impossible to let Master take action. Grandma Sunflower's face was filled with shock and she was speechless. In the wind and moon tower of Red Moon City, the wind blew gently, and the guests were drinking. After drinking a cup of bright red blood tea, he felt that his whole body was full of spirit qi, and it was unspeakably refreshing and pleasant. Chen Feng laughed. The last gathering was a gathering of the heroes of the world. It's a pity that I was in seclusion and couldn't come. What a pity. The other young man had a strange smile on his face as he chuckled. When Ruan Zimao held the great ensemble here that day, all the people who came were the rising stars and the elites of the world. I didn't expect that in just a few years. Things have changed and I can't see any familiar faces. Back then, Brother Hao Xiang's cultivation base was one of the best among the younger generation, and he still is, Chen Feng said with a smile. Ha, Brother Chen Feng, don't mock me. He's deliberately trying to slander me, Cheng Haobua said with a bitter smile. Why do you say that? Chen Feng asked in surprise. Few people in the world can match the strength of a 7-star martial emperor. A few, Cheng Haobua snorted. He probably couldn't even count them with 2 hands. In the past, he had indeed been a little arrogant. Now, he knew that there was always a mountain beyond a mountain, and a sky beyond the sky. Even in the sky, that Li Yunxiao is like a mountain that is almost impossible to cross. Chen Feng and Liang Yui looked at each other and smiled bitterly. There's no need to consider this person, or else it'll be too much of a blow. Among normal martial artists, Brother Heaven's Expanse is one of the most outstanding. Let's not talk about this sad topic anymore. Let's continue drinking tea, Cheng Haobua said with a bitter smile. This is the world's trend. It's the era of the rise of the strong, and it's bustling with activity. Chen Feng laughed. Ha, that's right. Cheng Haomiao laughed. I didn't see many old friends when I came to the Red Moon City. I felt that it was boring. I didn't expect to hear such interesting news. I'm looking forward to it. Are you looking forward to it, Ingluo? Chen Feng smiled wryly as he looked into the distance. His eyes flashed, and no one knew what he was thinking. A storm was brewing. Outside Red Moon City, Yunxiao was sitting cross-legged on a hillside with his eyes closed. There was a calm atmosphere in the battle, and the entire surroundings were filled with an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, 4 rays of light emerged from his body and spread out, covering an area of several acres. With a hand seal, they were all retracted, turning into a miniature mountain, floating above his palm. Ling Mudi's voice was heard. For colored Tusida sky. TSK, TSK. I'm afraid that even a body at the phenomenal success stage won't be able to withstand this weight. She was embarrassed that it was so late again. 2 chapters wouldn't be less, but it would be a little late. A ball of pure white energy appeared in Yunxiao's palm, and he kept performing incantation gestures and sending them into the Tusida heaven. All kinds of runes flew out and circled around. The entire space also twisted along with the mountain's transformation. The entire process was constantly changing. From a distance, it was a piece of clear glass, and its true appearance could not be seen. After some time, Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly and praised. To be able to come up with such a method of refinement is truly remarkable. I'm looking forward to what it'll be like when I fuse the 7 colors. Ling Mudi's voice was heard, and he laughed. It said that the 7-colored Tusida heaven can create a world of pure land. Even in my time, it was extremely difficult to make it. 7 different types of mutated earth elements can be used to forge weapons, Yunxiao said. What about the other 4 elements? Can I? This buy-in. Ling Mudi was stunned for a moment. I've never thought about that. It's probably not possible. After all, the other 4 elements don't have a fixed form and can only be fused. Then they will certainly devour each other and become one. The power will definitely increase, but it won't have the miraculous effect of the 7-colored Tusida sky. Well, I don't care. I'll study it in the future. Yunxiao stood up and flipped his hand. The entire mountain shrank and disappeared. The sky instantly stretched out, and in an instant, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The sky was clear and blue. He closed his eyes slightly and faced the wind. He felt a slight chill and heard the faint sound of music. His eyes suddenly opened and he exclaimed, "Not good! What time is it now?" He became anxious and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, heading towards the Red Moon City. Sure had a saying, uneven vegetables, left and right hairy. A fair and graceful lady, the drum and bell are happy. It was about marrying a beautiful and skilled woman, and it was necessary to use cheerful drumming. 10 miles of the city was filled with red makeup. The sides of the road were filled with majestic guards. Colorful silk was hung in front of every house. It was a scene of order. Bells, drums, stone puppets, and other sounds resounded, and everyone was filled with joy. The huge central square was already filled with flower lanterns. The ground was paved with all kinds of silk flowers, and the path was paved with colorful lights. Gold and silver glowed, and the jewelry was dazzling. In the sky above the square, there were 16 huge lanterns with 16 ancient words written on them. They were respectively, Yu Feng Lai Yi Red Fragrant Green Jade, Xuanji Qing Fan, and Apricot Curtain in sight. The lights were shining and reflecting each other. The square had long been crowded with people, fighting to watch this rare wedding, and from time to time, there was soft music, showing the wealth and elegance. The various sect leaders and heroes of the world had all gathered here. Everyone was chatting and laughing with each other as they quietly watched everything that was happening in front of them. However, their smiles each had a deeper meaning. Tang Xian was wearing a red robe and had an imposing appearance. She had a gentle smile on her face and her eyes were like water as she stared into the distance. Not far away, there was an expressionless man who couldn't help but snort, and his face sank. There was a weirdly dressed woman beside her, and she attracted a lot of attention. At the same time, they were shocked. They were completely unable to see her cultivation level. The woman's expression was very calm, and she only said faintly, "The marriages of you humans are extremely complicated, but they are pleasing to the eye. Look at the decorations, the water and the sky are bright, and the world is full of jewels. It's really something to look forward to." The men around him were stunned for a moment and looked at him strangely. The man with the ugly expression asked curiously, "Lord Li, could it be that you also want to get married?" The woman was none other than Li of the demon race. A hint of embarrassment and anger flashed across her face as she sneered, "Tang Jie, Don't talk nonsense. The man was Tang Jia. He suddenly let out a strange laugh and said, I'm talking nonsense? Does Lord Li want to marry Lord Shang? Li's expression changed drastically, and killing intent gushed out all of a sudden. He said coldly, Tang Jia, do you want your brother's wedding to become your funeral? Killing intent rose from her body, instantly attracting the attention of everyone. Their expressions changed slightly, and she became the focus of everyone's attention. It's just a joke. Do you have to be so serious? Tang Jia quickly replied. Li also realized that he had lost his composure. He restrained his killing intent and said coldly, Some jokes can kill people. The demons were nowhere to be seen. Only Li was there, as if he had been sent here as a representative. Aya, little Li. I've heard Fifth Brother say that the more you care about something, the more you can't take a joke. I wonder if that's true. Little Mina blinked his eyes and turned his face to Li Yi. Just as Li Yi was about to speak, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. He immediately changed his words and snorted coldly, You believe the words of a dead man? As expected, the murderous aura immediately disappeared. Little Mina's face turned sour and he cried, Woo woo woo, old Fifth and the others are all dead. That damned myriad treasure tower. I definitely won't let them off. Humph! Li Yi sneered. A jar can't leave the mouth of the well and break. It's inevitable for a general to die on the battlefield. As an assassin, you must be prepared to be killed at any time. Little Mina's eyes lit up as he laughed. Hey, little Li Yi, you're quite knowledgeable. Why don't you join us? We're short of people right now. Tang Jia, Lord Li, and Lord Shang will come as well. I'm not interested. The few of them snorted coldly at the same time. Tang Xian looked at the people talking and laughing on the stage, and her eyes couldn't help but show a trace of coldness. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, as if she was provoking them. Tang Jia was furious. He exerted force on his feet and immediately crushed the bluestone floor into pieces. Don't be impulsive, said Li coldly. Let him be proud for a while. Yes, I hope Lord Shang will not disappoint me again. Tang Jia suppressed his anger and said coldly. Don't worry, said Li with a slight frown. Li Yi and little Mina's expressions changed slightly, and a hint of nervousness flashed across their faces. Han Junting was also present. She sat on the chair prepared for the merchant union and looked at everyone. Suddenly, her eyes stopped and she looked into the distance. A path suddenly opened up in the crowd. 2 rows of golden lights opened the path. Under the colorful sun, Feng Luan slowly opened up. Everyone's eyes focused on it, and it suddenly became extremely quiet. There was only the joy of bells and drums and the sound of fireworks. A new era? Everyone was silently praying in their hearts. After experiencing countless variables and the assault of the East Sea Clan, Red Moon City urgently needed a stable environment. Tang Xian marrying Jiang Ruobing was in line with the interests and wishes of most people. Feng Luan stopped, the bead curtain was pulled up, and a bright red embroidered shoe with gold embroidered on it fell to the ground. The owner of the shoe seemed to hesitate for a moment. His hands trembled slightly as he looked timidly at the path under his feet. In the end, he mustered his courage and walked down the unknown path. The red on the blanket was a little glaring. The golden goose had slanted makeup on her cheeks, and the green conch had drawn eyebrows, which were light with lead. She clenched the handkerchief in her hand, her long black hair hanging down to her waist, her phoenix coronet and her robe. Her face was red like fire, making her skin seem even fairer, bright and moving. Jiang Rome chuckled and said in a low voice, That's right, you're not a child anymore. You have to abandon those unrealistic fantasies and be down to earth. Jiang Ruobing couldn't hear anything at the moment. Her mind was blank. The colorful glass and all kinds of incense around her made her a little dizzy. She could only follow them step by step. All sorts of gongs and drums were used, and she almost fainted from the shock. With a smile on her face, Tang Xian took a few steps forward and gently took the silk ribbon from Jiang Ruomei's hand with a graceful smile. Jiang Ruobing shuddered. She was filled with despair and her heart sank. The fireworks danced in the sky, but under the sunlight, it was like the setting sun, floating with the wind. It was like her, and no one knew where it would fall. In the hall, Tang Qing was still smiling. He said to Ruan Hongyu, "After today, the two families will be united through marriage." Ruan Hongyu forced a smile, as if she was extremely tired. "Everything will be decided by the elder master." Tang Qing smiled indifferently and said to the guests, "Master Luo Tian, I'll have to trouble you." "Yes." Luo Tian nodded slightly and smiled. "I'm also very happy to be the witness of young Master Tang Xian's marriage." He stepped out of the ranks, glanced at the newlyweds, and said in a gentle voice, "Today's agreement is eternal, worthy of the same name. Looking at the bright peach blossoms on this day, it's suitable for a family to live in. The Butanian melons are endless, and the house will grow. I am writing to Hong Jian with the promise of white hair, so that the Hongya alliance will be clearly stated as a love chart. Are the two of you willing?" "Of course I'm willing," Tang Xian said with a smile. "I'm willing." Luo Tian nodded and looked at Zhang Ruobing. "How about you?" "Me?" Zhang Ruobing shuddered and tears welled up in her eyes. How could she be willing to do that? But how could he not be willing? She smiled sadly. There were many times in life where one was helpless, who liked to speak insincerely. However, he could only speak insincerely. Tang Xian frowned slightly and a trace of anger welled up in her heart. Even if he was just putting on a show with such an unwilling look, wouldn't he become a laughingstock if all the experts present saw it? A hazy look appeared in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter was of great importance, he would have turned hostile on the spot. Zhang Ruobing sighed and accepted her fate in despair. She said, "I'm Ying." Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice rang out in the quiet square, reaching the ears of everyone who was waiting. "Tell us the truth. Tell us your true thoughts. I'm waiting for your answer." Zhang Ruobing shuddered and turned her head around in disbelief. Her tears blurred her vision, and she could not see the figure's face clearly. Everyone was shocked and looked towards a corner in horror. The expressions of the people from the four extremes sect changed drastically. Tang Qing's eyes also turned cold and revealed a look of anger. "It's him, he's really here, Ing Luo." Zhang Ruomei's eyes were also filled with disbelief, shock, and horror. An inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. She looked at her sister and found that she was actually jealous. The faces of all the tycoons in the world changed drastically. Although there were many rumors before that Yunxiao was coming to rob the wedding, rumors were still rumors, after all. How could they be believed, let alone such a nonsensical rumor? Apart from shock, there were all kinds of strange expressions on everyone's faces. They all looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. There's no more third chapter, and I'm sweating. Li Yi's expression changed drastically as well. His eyes were burning with rage as he stared at the person in the distance who he had wanted to hack into pieces every single day. His face was extremely cold. Everyone's expression was different. The only thing that was the same was extreme shock. Woo woo woo. Zhang Ruobing gritted her teeth as tears streamed down her face. "Tell me your answer. As long as you tell me you're not willing, I'll take you away right now." Yunxiao smiled faintly. As if there was no one around him, his expression relaxed. "Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" After a long while, Tang Xian suddenly burst into laughter, obviously shocked by Yunxiao's sudden appearance. "Take you away? Ha ha ha! This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life." His face was full of killing intent as he said coldly, "It's such a funny joke, but why does it sound so murderous?" A killing intent so strong that it was almost tangible came pressing down on Yunxiao. You leave quickly, leave quickly," Zhang Ruobing said anxiously. "I told you not to worry about me. Why didn't you listen? You're going to hurt everyone." Yunxiao turned a blind eye to Tang Xian's killing intent and just said indifferently, "Tell me your true thoughts. As long as you don't want to, no one in the world can force you." Zhang Ruobing was so anxious that she burst into tears. "My real thoughts are that I'm willing," she said loudly. "Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave." Who needs you to save me? You're just a toad. And you're still pretending to be a hero saving a beauty. Who do you think you are? Yunxiao blinked and said with a smile. Really? Then I'll really be leaving. Leave? In your dreams. Tang Xian roared, and her body suddenly turned into a flash of light as she rushed at Yunxiao. Her endless anger turned into a blow and smashed down. Stay in the Red Moon City forever. Yunxiao raised his eyes indifferently, and his contemptuous look emerged as he spread his fingers and grabbed at the man. Boom! A violent gust of wind exploded in his hand and scattered in all directions. The entire place immediately became chaotic. The ordinary people and low-level martial artists scattered in fear. All kinds of squeezing and trampling began to happen, and miserable screams continued. Only the powerhouses around them remained calm and composed, even though their expressions changed. On the left side of the hall, a slightly plump old man was wearing a luxurious fur coat. He had a face full of fortune and looked like a rich man. He was currently eating fruits with great relish and drinking blood tea as he squinted his eyes and looked down. Your strength is so strong. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He saw that Tang Xian's fist wind surged with a colorful light and rushed to the surroundings, as if a giant beast was opening his palm, but he couldn't hold the other party's fist. Boundless spiritual pressure surged between his fist and palm. Not only did it squeeze open the space, but it also forced the two of them to retreat. Tang Xian's face changed and she said coldly, "You can actually take my punch?" Yunxiao's expression was a little strange. Although the other party's power was a little strange, he did not take it to heart. He still looked at Jiang Ruobing with a burning gaze and said with a smile, "If you don't give me an answer, I'll really have to leave." This feeling was like an adult lying to a child. "If you don't leave, you'll stay here alone, and your parents will leave." "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Jiang Ruobing cried and said, "You're bullying me." The entire place was silent, everyone looking at each other. Han Junting, Chen Feng, Cheng Haomiao, and the others broke out in cold sweat. Li Yunxiao, you've gone too far. I'll kill you." Tang Xian was completely furious. Teasing his fiancée in front of all the heroes in the world. Even if she cut Yunxiao into 1,000 pieces, what happened today would definitely become a joke and a stain in his life. His body suddenly burst out with infinite light, which condensed into talismans. He joined his fists and punched out. The sky turned into 2 rainbows, and there was actually a cloud that gave off a clear, ethereal feeling. This martial skill is so powerful. I remember now, Yunxiao said. It is said that you broke Tingguang's heaven and earth chessboard and were taken in by him. You must have inherited his 800 array Dao. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Many people showed a profound look and nodded gently, as if they understood why Tang Xian was the one who married Jiang Ruobing, and not the eldest son, Tang Jie. Tang Jie's face also became extremely gloomy. As he clenched his fists, a burst of bone-cracking sounds could be heard, and his eyes shot out cold stars. Unhurriedly, Yunxiao formed an incantation gesture with one hand, spun in the air, and drew a golden seal before throwing it over. Bang! The two forces collided, forming a nebula that spread around the two. Tang Xian's body trembled violently, and she took a few steps back, her eyes filled with horror. Yunxiao, on the other hand, was indifferent. With a mocking look on his face, he said, "Did you just say that you're going too far?" He raised his sword-like eyebrows and said coldly, "You guys forced me to marry you, and you say I'm going too far? It was ridiculous. All the heroes of the world are here. Does your Tang family still want face?" Yunxiao's voice was stern and fierce as he used the power of sound waves. A stream of righteous energy shot up into the sky and spread over the entire Red Moon City, reaching everyone's ears. Pa! The golden dragon's spitting pearl handrails on both sides of Tang Qing's body were instantly crushed, and her face was extremely ugly. He did not say a word when Yunxiao appeared just now because he wanted to give Tang Xian a chance to show off. By his estimation, even if Yunxiao had made rapid progress in the past few years, He was by no means Tang Xian's opponent. However, after that one move, he knew that he was wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong. At this moment, after being shouted at by Yunxiao, he fell into an extremely passive state. He could no longer sit still, so he stood up with a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "Li Yunxiao, don't talk nonsense. My son and Lady Ruobing are officially married, and the world can bear witness. If you can't give my Red Moon City an explanation for your unreasonable pestering today, don't even think about leaving." Yunxiao sneered. An official marriage? If they're not willing, that's daylight robbery. He looked at Zhang Ruobing and smiled. "Tell everyone. Are you willing?" he asked. Zhang Ruobing's body trembled violently, and large drops of tears fell from her eyes. The wheel of fate began to turn again, and her originally despairing heart slowly became warm. Zhang Ruomei felt bad and shouted sternly, "Li Yunxiao, of course my sister is willing. You toad. Get lost." There was no one else in Yunxiao's eyes. He reached out his hand and said with a smile, "Don't go against your heart. As long as you tell me, no one in the world can threaten you." Everyone's expression changed drastically. Who in the world would dare to say such arrogant words? "Woo-woo." Zhang Ruobing cried even harder. She covered her mouth with both hands and sobbed loudly. "Li Yunxiao, take me away. I don't want to. I don't want to marry Tang Xian." Woo-woo-woo. The Tang family's faces changed drastically, and they looked uglier than pig liver. Tang Xian's face turned purple and she shouted, "You coward!" The thousands of people in the square were in an uproar, and all kinds of discussions were heard. The experts present also had strange expressions. They knew that they had gone too far this time, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. They wanted to see how the Red Moon City would end this. "Ruobing, you coward!" Zhang Ruomei was extremely angry and hurriedly rebuked. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't be bewitched by Li Yunxiao." Zhang Ruobing cried, "I wasn't bewitched by him. I really don't want to marry Tang Xian. I know that I have a heavy burden on my shoulders. I originally thought that I could make do with it, but I really don't want to. You're so annoying." Zhang Ruomei stomped her foot and yelled at Ruan Hongyu. "Mother!" Ruan Hongyu's eyes were also filled with tears, but she smiled and gave him an encouraging look. You guys. I don't care anymore. Let's see how you guys end this." Zhang Ruomei was so angry that she stomped her feet and twisted her body to the side. "Ha ha ha. Well said. Everyone has their own destiny. No matter what your destiny is, don't force yourself to make do." Yunxiao laughed and took a step forward. He then grabbed Zhang Ruobing's wrist and tried to take her away. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and countless eyes gathered on the two. Were they just going to leave like this? Sure enough, a figure appeared and shouted, "Impudent!" The shadow of the saber flashed, and a golden light appeared above the two of them. Then it slashed down. There was a pitch-black crack in the golden light, which directly enveloped the two of them. It was obvious that he also had the intention to kill Zhang Ruobing. Red Moon City's elders' expressions changed drastically, and anger flashed in their eyes. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, "A 9-stars martial emperor dares to act tough in front of me? Now that all the heroes in the world are here, I might as well say arrogantly that no matter who it is, as long as they have the intention to kill me, I will definitely kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he appeared below the blade light and punched it. Boom! The space trembled, and the entire sky was torn apart by the fist wind. The blade light fell apart under the fist force. "What?" A shocked voice came from the sky, and then an old man with a shocked expression appeared. He held a huge saber with both hands, and his face was full of disbelief. He wasn't the only one. Many of the powerhouses below were also shocked. The power of the saber just now had suffocated the crowd from far away, and the world had almost changed color, but it was unexpectedly blown away by Yunxiao's punch. Peepa! A bolt of lightning flashed in the torn sky, and Yunxiao instantly appeared behind the old man, raising his golden fist and smashing it down. The old man instantly felt the threat of death. He suddenly raised his saber and slashed backward, shattering the entire sky. Xianxia was also cut in half from the waist. Ah! Many people cried out in surprise and widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhang Ruobing also let out a sharp scream. She felt the world spinning around her, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Damn! I thought there would be a good show to watch. That braggart from before really thought that it was amazing. Alas, young people are like this. Just because you have a little bit of skill, you think that the world is nothing more than this. With this kind of intelligence, you will be killed sooner or later. It's a pity that this young man is quite strong. If he wasn't so reckless and exposed his abilities, he might have been able to become a 9-stars martial sovereign in the future. Do you think a 9-stars martial emperor is a cabbage? I'll tell you, you're amazing when you're young, but you can't do it when you grow up. You know Lord Lu Zongzi, right? He was extremely stupid when he was young. Lord Lu Zongzi, how dare you talk nonsense? Do you want to die? Hey, I'm telling the truth. Don't ask me how I know. My third uncle's cousin's third wife's distant cousin's aunt's neighbor's youngest daughter is working as a maid in the Sea of Soul Formation. The man said triumphantly. Suddenly, his body trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. His entire body trembled as if he was suffocating. His teeth were chattering. He turned his head slowly and saw that someone from the Sea of Soul Formation had glanced at him. He was extremely shocked. He was a martial emperor. Who was it that could almost suffocate him to death with just a glance? He was covered in sweat and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hands in fear, not daring to speak anymore. On the seats, the wealthy-looking old man looked at an ordinary-looking old man among the people of the Sea of Soul Formation and suddenly asked, "This master doesn't look familiar." The old man sipped his tea indifferently and didn't answer, as if he didn't see the rich old man. How arrogant! The face of one of the guards beside the wealthy old man immediately sank. He coldly snorted, "Grandmasters, aren't you putting on too much airs? My lord is the secretary of the Holy Region's finance department. Lord Sorrowful, is he not worthy of asking you a question?" The people from the Sea of Soul Formation all had bitter looks on their faces as they lowered their heads in silence. The old man snorted coldly and continued to drink his tea. At the same time, he turned his eyes to the sky and watched Xianxia being cut in half, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Zi Xiaoji furrowed his brows and felt a little angry. He looked at Luo Tian, as if he was asking and blaming him. Luo Tian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Lord Zi Sorrowful Ji, please forgive him. This master has lived in the Sea of Soul Formation for a long time and doesn't like to interact with people." "It's fine," Zilingji said. He knew very well that alchemists were a group of strange lunatics. However, the old man's casual glance and sharp gaze had caused him to feel a chill in his heart. He felt an unspeakable fear. There was also a green-robed man beside the old man. He had a sword by his waist and was also calmly drinking tea. He was also unfathomable, which made him extremely fearful. He wondered how many more such monsters were hidden in the Sea of Soul Formation. How could this be? He's still not dead after being cut in two. A clamor suddenly came from the square. Zi Xiaoji was also shocked and hurriedly looked towards the sky. Xianxia, who had been cut in half, had a sneer on his face as he formed a hand seal with both hands, which turned into a thunder seal and smashed directly at the old man's face. What? The old man was shocked. When he had cut Xianxia apart with one strike, he had breathed out heavily, but for some reason, he could not relax in his heart. But now he suddenly understood. Hurriedly, he turned his saber light and blocked it in front of him. 5-blow thunderstruck. Yunxiao's face was cold, and his eyes flickered with killing intent as he performed an incantation gesture and landed on the saber beam. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder art turned into lightning and instantly struck down from the 9 heavens. 10,000 bolts of lightning exploded, turning the world into a sea of lightning. The elder's body was instantly pierced through by the lightning, and he let out a series of earth-shaking screams. This is Ing Luo. Everyone looked at the green lightning that filled the sky, and their faces were filled with shock. Lightning? How can the lightning transformation have such power? Ruan Hongyu's face was full of shock, and the rest of the Jiang family members were also shocked. They looked at the lightning shadows in the sky and saw the Jiang family's superpower shine. They couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Ning Hangfeng was in a corner, his body trembling slightly, his eyes flashing. A seed of hot-blooded hope quietly took root and sprouted in the hearts of all the elders of Red Moon City, and their faces revealed an eager expression. The old man's body twitched violently in the lightning, and his screams gradually weakened until he was completely silent. All the lightning energy in the sky was retracted instantly, and the sky became clear in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Then, a thin bolt of lightning condensed and turned into Yunxiao's true body, his face calm and indifferent. The blade-wielding old man's entire body was charred black and completely cooked. He couldn't be any more dead as he fell from the sky. Bang! The old man fell heavily to the ground and broke into pieces, emitting a strong smell of meat. The surrounding people all scattered in horror. Tang Xian's eyes were also dazed, and her mind was blank. He had thought that after obtaining the throne-soaring light true inheritance and cultivating the formation body, he would have an overwhelming advantage among the younger generation and become the leader of the group. But he did not expect to be completely suppressed the first time he made a move. He did not even have the chance to display his skills. When Songyu was in the city, his cultivation base was still above Yunxiao's, and his true combat strength was comparable to Yunxiao's. But now, it seemed that he had been left in the dust by the other party. His boundless self-confidence and self-esteem crumbled in an instant, and he became dispirited all of a sudden, as if he had been sapped of all his strength. Even Qinfeng, Han Junting, and the other people who knew Yunxiao's strength were shocked by the swift and thunderous strike, and they could not calm down for a long time. Ah! You scared me to death. Zhang Ruobing's mood changed so quickly that she almost collapsed to the ground. With a faint smile, Yunxiao's figure disappeared in the sky. He teleported down and continued to hold her hand as they walked forward. He raised his eyes and looked forward. Voila! There was an uproar in the crowd in front of him, and a path was instantly opened up. No one dared to stay under his burning gaze. The entire city was silent as everyone looked on quietly. Between heaven and earth, in the vast city, in the sea of red flowers, it seemed that only two figures were left holding hands. Good, good, good. After saying good 3 times in a row, Tang Qing's face turned livid and she said in a cold voice, "Do you think that there's no one in our Red Moon City? This old man will personally take you down." The 9 Stars Martial Emperor, who was an elder of the 4 Extremes sect, could not even take one move from Yunxiao. He already knew in his heart that this young man had grown to an extremely shocking level. No one in the world could suppress him except for a peak 9-star martial sovereign. In addition to anger, he suddenly felt a sense of regret. Why didn't he use all his strength to kill this child? Today, he was finally eating the bitter fruit. Yunxiao's body froze as he felt the strong wind blowing at his face from behind, changing the color of the world. The silk flowers around him were all over the place, like a rain of flowers. However, he only paused for a moment before he held Zhang Ruobing's hand and continued to walk forward as if no one was around. Everyone's faces changed drastically, shocked by Yunxiao's boldness and arrogance. Even the other 6 sect masters did not dare to ignore Tang Qing's attack. Everyone in the younger generation turned pale. Other than shock, they also felt a deep sense of defeat. What kind of wild and heroic spirit was there in that desolate clear shadow? What kind of free and unrestrained bone was there? Even if he had to go through mountains of daggers and seas of flames, even if he had to go through a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, even if he had to go against the entire world, he had never once frowned. Except for Tang Qing's astral wind palm, the whole city was silent, and everyone looked on in silence. After this incident, whether he was dead or alive, this carefree young man's name would definitely shake the world. Of everyone, Li Yi's expression was the ugliest. Not only was his face ashen white, but his eyes were also lifeless and deathly still, his fingers digging into his flesh. At this moment, he finally understood that the difference between the two of them was not as simple as cultivation. What he lacked was the strength of character, the pride to look down on the world, and the grace to laugh at the heavens. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he was like a grandmaster. Li Yi looked at the back view that was getting further and further away in despair. It was just like how the road between the two of them would only get further and further. No matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to catch up. Good spirit. But can you really be so arrogant? Tang Qing's palm struck, and countless golden lights flickered in the square. Flowers danced in the sky, making it look luxurious. Yunxiao's divine power was magnificent. You can just be your merchant, he said with a smile. Why do you want to meddle with the world? Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that your opponent is not me. If you can survive today, I will come back to take your head another day. He turned around, smiled, and ignored her. He continued to hold Jiang Ruobing's hand and walked forward. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Who would dare to speak such outrageous words when he said that he would take the head of the city lord of Red Moon City in the future? Tang Qing was extremely furious. Suddenly, a similarly overbearing squall swirled over. A gray figure suddenly appeared behind Yunxiao. That person's palm technique moved rapidly, and as he opened and closed his 5 fingers, a strange phenomenon appeared. Under the light of the sky, a river of Ganges descended from the 9 heavens. Boom! The collision of the 2 palm forces was earth-shattering, and the entire universe was shattered. The bright heaven and earth instantly fell into darkness. All the silk flowers were crushed, and a large number of golden lamps were extinguished by the wind from the palm. Only 16 red lanterns were left floating in the sky, and they suddenly became dazzling. There's a phoenix, fragrant red and green jade, dense and pure, apricot curtain in sight. The 16 characters danced under the lights, creating a colorful scene. Han Junting's hands trembled as she looked at the cold-faced figure. She covered her mouth with her right hand, afraid that she would scream. In a pavilion a few thousand feet away, Ning Qiyun's eyes darkened and he said in surprise, "Why is it him?" Ning Kuei was still wearing a black robe, but his hood was flipped over, revealing his silver hair. He said in surprise, "This person looks familiar, but I can't recall who he is." After a brief moment of shock, Ning Qiyun's eyes flashed with suspicion. If it were 20 years ago, Father would have heard of this person. He's an outstanding talent of his generation. It's a pity that his life was ruined in the battle on the Snowfall Peak in the Divine Cloud Palace. Ning Kuei's eyes darkened as he said, "I remember now. Luan Juanhao. The move just now was the great palm print of Ganges, which was indeed powerful. These Tang Qing were in trouble. No wonder Yunxiao is so fearless. It turns out that he has such a strong expert backing him up." Ning Qiyun's face was full of suspicion. It's really strange. Luan Juanhao was very afraid of death back then. He cried and begged the palace master to save him. He served Xianxia Palace his whole life. He should be protecting Junting at the moment, but why was he with Yunxiao now? Could it be that Junting is hiding something from me? A cold expression flashed across her face, as if she was extremely unhappy. Ning Kuei chuckled and said, "I don't know much about this person. It's not surprising that he's such a coward. He'll serve many masters. It's a pity that this person's martial Dao talent doesn't have the heart of a powerhouse, and he can't advance further." Ning Qiyun was a little dissatisfied, and her face turned gloomy. She said coldly, "With Luan Juanhao's help, I'm afraid Tang Qing is in trouble. Was her father going to just watch Yunxiao leave so arrogantly? Isn't this too much of a blow to the prestige of the Red Moon City?" Ning Kuei said indifferently, "Just watch quietly. You've underestimated Tang Qing. If you only have this little ability, how can you be the master of Red Moon City?" Ning Qiyun thought for a while and no longer said anything. She looked into the distance. The square was in chaos. Tang Qing shouted angrily, "Who are you? Someone who could take his palm was definitely not a nobody. All the heroes in the world also looked over, revealing shocked expressions. Luan Juanhao's expression was wooden, and he did not seem to want to say much. He only snorted. Tang Qing's face was almost twisted into a ball as he roared, "Do you really want to be enemies with the Red Moon City?" "My mission is only to hold you back," Luan Juanhao said indifferently. "As long as you don't make a move, I won't either." "Then go to hell," Tang Qingzhen angrily said. His figure turned into a ray of light and fell from the sky with all his strength. Before the two palms landed, the entire earth could not withstand the power of the palm and cracked 1,000 miles. Everyone was shocked, and the weaker martial artists fled frantically into the distance. What a joke! The mere aftershock of the battle between two peak 9-stars martial emperor powerhouses could turn them into ashes. Luan Juanhao furrowed his brows and unwillingly formed a palm force in front of him to meet the attack. The task Yunxiao had given him was to hold Tang Qing back. He thought that with his strength, he would be able to make the other side fear him and not make a move. But he had greatly underestimated Tang Qing's determination. The wedding was supposed to tell the world that Red Moon City had stepped into a new era, but now it was disrupted by Yunxiao. If they could not turn the situation around, everything they had carefully arranged and even their long-term efforts would be in vain. Therefore, even if he knew that the outcome could not be determined in the short term, Tang Qing had to give it his all and take down Luan Juanhao. Boom! The two palms collided, and the entire square was shattered by the aftershock. All the green granite bricks were turned into powder. In the powerful collision, Luan Juanhao's expression changed drastically. The gray robe on his body was completely torn to pieces. He was forced back a few steps, and a look of shock appeared on his face. The two of them were about the same in strength, but their beliefs and goals were completely different. One was only to restrain the other, while the other was a battle that could not be lost. The winner was immediately determined. Under the endless palm energy, everyone was on high alert, and what shocked and impressed them more was Lao AI. Yunxiao had been walking leisurely with Zhang Ruobing, as if he did not care about the fierce battle between the two top experts. Zhang Ruobing followed the man's steps, and her expression gradually calmed down from her previous fear. A trace of calm gentleness appeared in her eyes as she looked at the man who had pulled her. That pair of pure white and powerful hands seemed to contain the most powerful force in the world, able to block all the wind and rain for her. He had never felt so calm and warm in the past few years. She just wanted to follow him like this, gradually walking out of the haze and towards the clear sky. Tang Qing's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. He was inexplicably afraid of that bleak back. He was greatly shocked. After his cultivation had reached the peak of 9 stars martial sovereign, his understanding of the heavenly Tao was far beyond ordinary people's reach. He was extremely shocked to have such emotional fluctuations. All people of Red Moon City, hear my order. Kill Li Yunxiao at all costs. Die! He roared and passed down the order. He then attacked Luan Juanhao furiously, fighting with no regard for his life. Gusts of strong wind exploded on the ground, completely engulfing the two of them. It was abnormally fierce. The entire square had been completely destroyed, leaving only 16 lanterns in the sky. All the experts who had yet to escape were confident in themselves. They also flew into the sky and watched coldly. Luan Juanhao's heart was extremely depressed. After resisting a few moves, he became more and more furious. When he went crazy in anger, he used moves that did not care about his life. In an instant, dozens of people appeared in front of Yunxiao and blocked his way. Among them was Fu Yichuan. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he had to at least put on an act. He shouted sternly, "Li Yunxiao, stop! It's not too late to turn back now. Repent and be saved?" Yunxiao laughed hideously. "Ha ha! Open your eyes and take a look. This Red Moon City is a boundless sea of suffering. You are the ones who want to turn back. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Activate the city's defender array and send out all the high-level martial supremes." A figure flashed over. It was Tang Xian. Her face was extremely cold and her eyes were spewing fire. The powerhouses of the Red Moon City hesitated for a moment. They knew that they were no match for him, but they still rushed forward. Everyone, a 9-stars martial emperor powerhouse shouted, "Everyone, use your ultimate moves. We'll kill this guy together." Fu Yichuan's face flickered, but he could only follow the crowd and attack Yunxiao. But he only put on a show and did not put in any effort. Die! The man in the front was an 8-stars martial emperor with a fierce look. The golden-ringed saber in his hand slashed out countless saber lights that enveloped the area. With a faint smile, Yunxiao reached out and grabbed the blade. His arm turned golden, and with a clang, he caught the blade in his hand. Bang! He shook it hard, and the thick blade broke. What? The 8-stars martial emperor was horrified, and before he could come back to his senses, Yunxiao had already grabbed the broken blade and slapped it at him. He was immediately scared out of his wits. Bang! The blade jolted into his body and came out from his back. Its eyes gradually lost their luster, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. A murderous look flashed in Yunxiao's leisurely eyes as he stepped toward the crowd and slowly read, "Where the Tao is, I will go even if there are millions of people." Bang! Bang! 2 more people rushed up, but they were smashed into pieces by his palm and fist. "I've done what I should do, and I'll have no regrets even if 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered." He took a step forward, and his blood-stained killing intent filled the air, causing the few people who were approaching him to retreat in shock. All of a sudden, a strong and fierce wind blew over. It was the 9-stars martial emperor who had shouted earlier. He instantly appeared above him and struck down with his copper hammer. The 9-stars martial emperor's face twisted as if he had exhausted all his strength. The entire space exploded. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand. A chill gushed out of his body, and his whole body seemed to have transformed into a sword, crystal clear and flawless. Jiang Ruobing was taken aback. She clearly felt Yunxiao's hand turn cold, and she was about to let go so that he could fight without restraint and not become a burden to her. Who knew that the big hand was still holding on tightly, without the slightest bit of loosening. The secular etiquette is like dung. Yunxiao continued to lead Jiang Ruobing forward as he chanted softly. At the same time, his left hand transformed into a sword, and an unparalleled sword will spread out around him. The sword of the third slash the sky, slash the earth and slash people. The 3 slashes merged into one, and the 3 sword intents instantly merged into his palm. Using his hand as a sword, he slashed toward the copper hammer. His eyes were still looking forward, and he didn't even look at the person. Bang! A beam of sword chi shot up and instantly split the copper hammer into 2. The entire sky was split open. The 9-stars martial emperor's body also cracked. All his internal organs burst out and scattered on the ground. This time, the people who were besieging him were all shocked and scared out of their wits. They retreated one after another. Fu Yichuan was also shocked. He gave Yunxiao a frightened look, and without even daring to put on an act, he retreated faster than anyone else. Only after the attack did Yunxiao's killing intent dissipate a lot. With a sneer on his lips, he recited a poem with each step he took and said slowly, "Where I'm happy, I'll drink 300 cups with you. Damn it! I'm going to kill you." Tang Xian's eyes were full of fire, and her whole body suddenly flashed with golden light. Formation light kept flying out of her body, and all kinds of strange forces poured into her fists, full of killing intent. His strength was raised to the extreme, and he seemed to be in extreme pain. However, what he couldn't bear was the defeat and humiliation. He gritted his teeth and quickly formed hand seals. Immediately, the 800 array Tao appeared one by one, and the laws of heaven and earth were triggered. 3 elements in one body, water separation formation. A huge formation diagram appeared between his fists. It changed continuously and gave rise to endless power. Tang Xian was overjoyed. Looking at the golden array that gave birth to all kinds of spells and flickered, she said in ecstasy, "Ha ha ha! The picture was successfully condensed. Li Yunxiao, go to hell. His eyes turned cold, and his fists suddenly struck down. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and the movement was so great that it even overshadowed the battle between Tang Qing and Luan Juanhao. I just found out that my monthly votes have returned to third place. Everyone's too awesome. Continue begging. It was said that the entire world was a huge formation that would never be exhausted. All the rule force was just the power of the formation talismans. If one could comprehend the Tao of formation, one could borrow the power of the heavens and have an endless supply. The formation light came from all directions, condensed into a force in the sky, and turned into a huge ancient character, Swish. It was superimposed on Tang Xian's fists and pressed down fiercely. Yun Xiao looked at the strange phenomenon, which made his clothes flutter and caused the spirit pressure around him to open. However, he still stood there calmly, smiling. Tang Xian, I've been missing you ever since we parted in the city. It's rare to meet you today, so I'll teach you two idioms. What is a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and what is an ant trying to shake a tree? His left hand grabbed in the air. A sword chi opened between his 5 fingers, and the happy and ear-piercing sound of the sword was heard. Han Junting's face flickered as she looked over coldly. She saw Yunxiao's hand transform into a sword, and suddenly, her sea of chi tumbled and the world changed colors. Everyone's pupils constricted, and there was no lack of powerhouses whose expressions changed drastically. As soon as the long sword appeared, it merged with heaven and earth, as if it was not a profound-level weapon, but a sword will. Countless sword talismans appeared in an instant and surged into the sky. They were like thousands of stars from ancient times, vanishing overnight but lasting forever in the world. A beam of light rippled across the vast land, turning into a sea of sword chi that stirred up waves. Sword technique star destruction. Break! Yun Xiao murmured as he raised his sword. Suddenly, he turned into a sword shadow under the sky, leaving the world behind. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they felt the sword intent that was rippling in the heavens and earth. It was endless and layered like a fine net that densely penetrated the entire time and space, even crossing through the past and present. This feeling, everyone in the entire Red Moon City was shocked. They only felt that the sword essence was like a wave of air, and even slid across the surface of their skin. It was as gentle as water, but also as cold as the wind. Gu Feiyang's sword art. Many people's pupils shrank and their hearts trembled. Other than shock, their faces were filled with all kinds of complicated expressions. Their blood was surging in their bodies. Han Junting's face turned pale as she looked at a man in a silver robe not far away. The other party happened to look in her direction as well. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. The silver-robed man's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. His face was filled with killing intent and determination. It's indeed the divine sword star destroyer. It's actually in this kid's hands. All sorts of exclamations rose and fell as thoughts ran through their minds. No one could relax under this sword essence. The terrifying sea of swords in front of them indicated the birth of a peerless expert. This youngster, who was only at the age of 10, symbolized the strongest martial artist of the younger generation, Lao Ai. Perhaps he would lead the entire era in the future. The 2 holy lands, the 7 major sects, the Merchant Union, and the other heroes all looked gloomy and uncertain. The rise of such a powerful youth was not in everyone's interest. Tang Xian's talisman light suddenly disintegrated under the impact of thousands of sword chi, without any resistance. Suddenly, a clear idea flashed through his mind. He seemed to have really understood what was an ant trying to shake a tree, and a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. His confidence had completely collapsed. He allowed his body to ripple in the sea of sword intent, not caring about life or death. Tang Xian. Tang Qing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he roared endlessly. Each of his palm strikes was filled with killing moves that did not care for his life. Luan Juanhao was overwhelmed, and the more he fought, the more terrified he became. The person in front of him was clearly a madman who didn't care about his life. With his cowardice, he fell into a disadvantageous position and was in danger again and again. "Tang Jie, save your brother," Tang Qing shouted. At the moment, Tang Xian's body was rolling in the sea of swords, and the array light on her body was constantly disintegrating. Her life and death were completely in Yunxiao's hands. However, Yunxiao did not seem to have the intention to kill. Instead, he let the sword intent soar into the sky and slowly closed his eyes, as if he was comprehending something. Could he be meditating on the way of the sword? Everyone was shocked. At this critical moment, he could still calm down and comprehend martial essence and sword Dao. What kind of heart did this young man have? Was he really in his prime? Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and the grave look in their eyes became even more intense. Tang Jie's pupils shrank as he looked at Tang Xian, who was floating in the sky like a fallen leaf. He sneered and said, "Father, my body is injured. It's not suitable for me to fight. Let someone else do it." "You coward!" Tang Qing was so angry that smoke was coming out of his forehead. His whole body trembled, and he wished he could slap his son to death. At the same time, he was also very anxious. Such a big movement should have alerted Ning Kuei, the red, yellow, and blue elders. As long as any one of these four people made a move, the situation would be completely suppressed. However, after such a long time, there was still no sign of the four of them. Could there be an unforeseen event? His heart continued to sink. He knew that Ning Kuei must have left the position of an ally and had his own plans. She must be looking at him from somewhere, or she wanted to reevaluate the situation. Tang Qing's face was extremely gloomy. The reason why he dared to fight for the position of the City Lord of Red Moon City was because of the balance of many interests, which gave him a lot of powerful help. Ning Kuei was undoubtedly one of the most important allies. If he had any disloyal thoughts, things would be very bad. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed not far away. The sea of swords suddenly froze and was pushed away by a vast and mighty force. "What? That's Ying Luo." Everyone was shocked and looked at Tang Xian, who was like a floating duckweed. They saw that his hands suddenly made a strange seal and slammed down. A strange golden symbol broke through the wind and waves, raising endless waves in the sea of swords and pressing down on Yunxiao. Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes in horror and said, "Not good!" He stood with his sword in hand. A golden light exploded from his body and he suddenly rushed up. Boom! The mighty force dispersed, and the city fell into a sea of light. Not only did the seal break the ocean of swords, but it also crushed Yunxiao's imperishable golden body, causing his blood and qi to roll. However, his eyes were still wide open as he resisted with all his might. A golden barrier was constantly spinning around his body. At the same time, he tightened his grip and pulled Zhang Ruobing closer to him. Zhang Ruobing was anxious. She could feel the overwhelming pressure, and 2 streams of tears wet her clothes. She cried, "Leave quickly, don't worry about me." Yunxiao ignored her. With a slash of his divine sword, the barrier suddenly retracted, and the world vanished. He raised his head and felt a wave of power coming at him. He exclaimed, "Not good, it's him. Who is it?" Zhang Ruobing asked subconsciously. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt after the shock. They saw Tang Xian's hands form a seal again, and her whole body opened up. Rays of formation light appeared around his body and turned into countless webs that spread out one by one. There was also an endless stream of power being used around him. Tang Xian's face was expressionless and peaceful. Her eyes were as clear as water, but they were lifeless. This power is so strong. Many people were shocked, and Han Junting's expression changed as well. Yunxiao suddenly grabbed Zhang Ruobing's hand and shouted, "Follow me!" From the moment they entered the Red Moon City until now, he, who had always been calm and elegant, finally revealed a trace of anxiety. The light wrapped around the two and instantly flew into the sky. Tang Qing's face suddenly became overjoyed, and she shouted wildly, "Open all the defenses in the city. We must keep Li Yunxiao here. In an instant, thousands of auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. They flashed and disappeared. Countless radiances rose into the sky and disappeared into the bright universe. The entire city seemed to be in a daze, as if it was not real. However, it was only for a moment before it returned to normal. When Yunxiao's beam of light rushed up into the sky, he was suddenly stunned. A huge pressure came from the sky, making it difficult for him to move. Not only that, but his divine sense also trembled as if countless golden needles had pierced into his brain, causing his expression to change greatly. Zhang Ruobing's expression suddenly turned dull as well. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "This is Red Moon City's Taiwu profounding soul-slaying formation." Yunxiao's face darkened as he hurriedly held Zhang Ruobing with both hands and flew down slowly. With his physical body and the power of deified soul, it was not a problem for him to force his way out. However, if he did that, Zhang Ruobing's soul would probably be destroyed. Yu Shengfeng looked at him and couldn't help but smile. "This is troublesome. What should we do with this kid?" Zeg turned to look at him and frowned. Without saying a word, he continued to look at Yunxiao, who was flying down, and then turned his eyes to Tang Xian with more surprise. The grid lines around Tang Xian became denser and denser, like a strange array was running slowly, and an extremely terrifying power surged out of it. In the building in the distance, Ning Kuei also frowned and said, "What a powerful force. Someone is coming from another region. Who could it be?" Ning Qiyun's face was solemn as she slowly said, "This force is so powerful that it can't be a nobody. Judging from Tang Xian's master and formation, it's most likely the lord with the title of king level." "Oh, a titled martial sovereign has arrived? This is really troublesome." Ning Kuei suddenly smiled and said, "Now it all depends on whether Yunxiao can break the array before Tingguang arrives." Ning Qiyun said calmly, "If he can't, everything will be settled when Tingguang arrives." Ning Kuei said, "Break the formation?" It was probably not easy. The Taiwu Profound in Soul-Slaying Formation is one of the most powerful formations in the world. If it were not for the fact that the Tang family's strength is too weak, even a peak martial supreme would be cut down if I were to control it. A rare cold light burst out from his eyes, as if a former powerhouse had suddenly returned, but it was like a flower that disappeared in the blink of an eye, returning to the previous turbid and lightless state. "Father, look, that's a swan and eye." Ning Qiyun suddenly cried out in shock, looking at the sky in shock. Ning Kuei came back to his senses and followed his gaze. He was stunned and completely stunned. A woman in a long white dress appeared in the sky. Her eyebrows were like green feathers, her skin was like white snow, and her long hair reached her waist. The woman's hands continuously formed hand seals, and rays of golden light gushed out from her body. It was as bright as the sun, and it was as if the rays of the sun were sprinkling down, making one feel a burst of warmth. Beside the woman stood a strange-looking man with a cold expression. He looked down vigilantly and protected the woman. Who is that person? Everyone's heart was filled with doubt. The strength of the two didn't seem to be strong, but the golden light that scattered down seemed to be some kind of extremely powerful divine ability. Not only that, but the woman also spat out a series of strange notes that were difficult to understand. Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank as he asked suspiciously, "Dragon language?" His face moved slightly as he noticed the change in the expression of the person behind him. His gaze turned to Bo Yuqing behind him and said, "You know this person?" Bo Yuqing bowed and gathered his voice into a line, transmitting, "Master, this is Bo Zhixian, the daughter of the Ocean Emperor, Yunxiao's confidant." Yu Shengfeng's entire body trembled as he cried out, "What? Are you sure?" Everyone was attracted by the change in his expression and looked over, all of them revealing a puzzled expression. "Absolutely not." Bo Yuqing nodded. "She must be summoning a giant beast to help Yunxiao break the array." The expression on Yu Shengfeng's face kept changing, and his eyes also flickered with a bright light. No one knew what he was thinking. Summoning a giant beast? Everyone frowned, as if they didn't understand. All of a sudden, Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked up into the sky in horror. They saw a huge shadow appear, standing in the sky like a giant spirit. These giant beasts had strange shapes and cast huge shadows between the clouds and fog, pressing the entire city in their shadows. "That's Ingluo." Many warriors in the city exclaimed in fear and shivered. "Heavens! Isn't that a deep-sea monster?" One of them shouted, his voice trembling with fear as he ran. Humans didn't know much about the sea race, but in the battle of the Eastern Sea that had just ended, the huge deep-sea beasts that the sea race had summoned had shocked and terrified everyone. Especially the people of the Eastern region. Almost everyone recognized this giant-like existence. That terrifying power shook the hearts of people and was engraved into everyone's bones. Those who had participated in the war between the two races and had seen such an existence in the battle were so scared that their faces turned pale. A deep-sea monster? In the building, Ning Kuei was also shocked. His eyes focused on water deity's figure and he said, "Who is this woman?" Ning Qiyun was also surprised. She shook her head and said, "I don't know Xianxia. The woman who can summon deep-sea giant beasts, Xianxia." "This Xianxia," Ning Kuei said solemnly. "The royal families of the Four Seas once had a contract with the ancestors of the deep-sea giant beasts. They were willing to listen to the royal family's orders in times of crisis. However, I've never heard of a woman who can summon a deep-sea giant beast at will. Once this matter is over, I will immediately order Junting to investigate this matter thoroughly," Ning Qiyun said. "Summoning so many deep-sea giant beasts at once. What an ability! If they were used to attack cities and raise strongholds, who in the world could resist them?" Boom! 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 Just as everyone's faces were covered in cold sweat, those deep-sea giant beasts finally moved. Each of them opened their mouths, and the world-breaking black light suddenly blasted into the sky, creating black waves. The entire city trembled. Rays of colorful light appeared in the sky, mixing with the black light and spreading in all directions. The chemical elementalist was also shocked. Looking at the 11 deep-sea giant beasts behind him, he felt his hair stand on end. As the water deity's abilities continued to improve, the number of giant beasts she could summon also increased. He thought if one day he could summon hundreds of giant beasts at once, who in the world would be his match? Yunxiao was surprised, but then he was overjoyed. Under the bombardment of the realm-breaking black light, the Taiwu mysterious soul-slaying formation began to become illusory, and it seemed to be unable to withstand it. Han Junting's face darkened as she turned to the silver-robed man and said, "Lord Zhang Sunyu." The silver-robed man's eyes were also incomparably sinister. He nodded and said, "I understand." He took a step forward and was about to enter the battlefield. Everyone's gazes gathered and they all stared at him with different expressions. "Lord Zhang Sunyu, does your Baiming family also want to interfere in this matter?" Chun Feng's face darkened as he shouted. Zhang Sunyu looked at him coldly and snorted. "Li Yunxiao is a major suspect for killing many people of our Baiming Dark Palace. The Dark Palace is preparing to put him on the wanted list all over the world, so it's a good time to capture him. Lord Zhang Sunyu, have you ever thought about what kind of enemy Baiming Dark Palace will attract if we fail today?" Chun Feng asked in a deep voice. "Don't be fooled by some scheming bitch." He looked at Han Junting coldly. Han Junting was instantly enraged and her killing intent surged. "What did you just say?" "I dare you to say that again." Chun Feng did not know that she was a woman, and his words had unintentionally touched her reverse scale. He only snorted coldly and said, "No need to show off in front of me. I admit that I can't beat you, but do you dare to kill me? If you don't dare, then put away your killing intent. It'll only make you laugh." Han Junting's face turned green as she clenched her fist and said, "Good, Chun Feng. You dare to insult this old man today. I'll make your blade sect pay back 100 times in the future." She suppressed her emotions for fear of exposing her identity. She could only swallow her anger. Chun Feng laughed indifferently. "Please." Han Junting's face was cold as ice. She ignored him and stared at the battlefield. Yu Shengfeng glanced at her, intentionally or otherwise, with a faint smile in his eyes. As soon as Zhang Sun Yu took a step forward, a silver light flashed in the sky, and he instantly flew above Yunxiao and thrust his palm down. Yunxiao's face flickered, and he finally let go of Jiang Ruobing and pushed her away. Stand aside and be careful. Countless bolts of lightning surged around his body as he grabbed the hammer and slammed it into his opponent's palm. Endless lightning surged, rising like a tide. Jiang Ruobing retreated a few meters and shouted, "Be careful. I'll take good care of myself." Boom! Zhang Sun Yu's palm descended, pressing down on the lightning. With a loud roar, he spread his fingers and shouted, "Break!" Bang! The thunderbolts suddenly exploded, blasting out thousands of green lights. Yunxiao's body also shattered into countless green thunders, which instantly gathered in the sky. His eyes turned cold as he said, "Zhang Sun Yu, I will use your head today to unveil the prologue to the destruction of the Beiming Dark Palace." His words caused everyone present to shiver and reveal shocked expressions. Fortunately, he had threatened to kill Tang Qing before, so everyone knew that he would not stop until he shocked everyone to death. Haha! The Dark Palace was destroyed? That's too big of a claim. Zhang Sun Yu laughed maniacally. Endless cold air surged from his body, and his entire silver robe was covered in ice. The cold air froze the heaven and earth, forming an ice-cold world around him. Countless thunderbolts gushed out of Yunxiao's body, and half of the sky was covered with a sea of thunder and a hell of lightning. The two bright colors divided the sky. "You're indeed very strong. If I can't kill you today, I'm afraid it'll be a great trouble. It's a pity that you've offended two superpowers at the same time," Zhang Sun Yu said coldly. "How can you not die?" Yunxiao's face was extremely unsightly, not because he was frightened by Zhang Sun Yu's words, but because he glanced at Tang Xian not far away. He saw that the spatial power was getting stronger and stronger, and that vast, powerful, and familiar aura could break through the air and come at any time. Endless killing intent gushed out of his body in an instant. He didn't want to kill Tang Xian, but if he let Tang Guang cross the region, everything would be irreversible today. Yunxiao moved his body, trying to kill Tang Xian first even at the risk of being seriously injured by Zhang Sun Yu. Suddenly, a crimson-red hand landed on his shoulder. It was actually a burning flame. Kiki! A melodious silver bell rang out, and the endless green lightning slowly turned into a flame that rose behind Yunxiao. "Husband, you go kill Tang Xian. Leave this person who's looking for death to me." Yunxiao frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. Who is your husband?" he said. "Hee. And you're too shy to admit it? All right. All the heroes of the world are gathered here, so I won't force you." Slowly, a graceful figure emerged from the flames. She was smiling as she walked out from the depths of the endless sea of fire. Fanny was dressed in red and was exceptionally enchanting. Under her light smile, she was more beautiful than a flower. With a red pill in her mouth, her every frown and smile could move people's souls. Her bright eyes were fixed on Yunxiao affectionately, and there was a smile on her lips. It was just that one look, clear and flowing, and that smile, it was like a wild goose falling and a fish sinking. Han Junting's expression changed drastically as she shouted in shock and anger, "Young Master Fanny, are you with Li Yunxiao?" "What? Fanny?" "One of the young masters of the Long family of Sky Ridge." Everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing their shock. They did not understand where Yunxiao had found so many helpers. Fanny herself was not the main point, but her identity and her behavior at the moment represented her attitude. The Long family of the Sky Ridge was a mysterious existence among the 7 major sects. They rarely moved around the continent, but their strength made the other 6 sects extremely fearful. Zhang Sun Yu's face darkened as well, and he said coldly, "The young master of the Long family? Are you sure you want to help Yunxiao and become enemies with Beiming Dark Palace and Red Moon City?" With a faint smile, Fanny retracted his gaze. With a step, a flame rose and replaced Yunxiao's sea of azure light and thunder, illuminating the entire sky and making it face the world of ice and snow. She walked forward gracefully, and the fire shadows that filled the sky danced with her steps. Light gradually condensed in the void, turning into a huge phoenix that lay dormant in the sky. Faye and I's smile gradually disappeared and turned into a cold expression. She said coldly, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me call him my husband?" As her emotions changed, the huge phoenix slowly opened its eyes. A single glance was enough to see through the past and present. Zhang Sun Yu's body trembled. The phoenix's gaze had actually caused his soul to feel a sharp pain, as if it was being burned. Not only that, but he felt as if his skin had been scalded. He was shocked and quickly turned his eyes away, not daring to look at the phoenix's eyes. Tang Qing's face was also so gloomy that water was about to drip out. He madly attacked Luan Juanhao, wanting to get out as soon as possible. However, although Luan Juanhao was a little timid, his strength was indeed tyrannical. His face was ashen, and he held on tightly to him. This swan and I, this flame swan and I, all the alchemists in the Sea of Soul formation were terrified. They were all experts in fire, so they could naturally feel the power of the fire seed. Yu Shengfeng was also dumbfounded. He said in a daze, "Is this the real Phoenix divine fire?" Ning Kuei, who was far away, was also shocked. The shadow of the sea of fire flickered in his eyes. Ning Qiyun's mouth was also wide open, and her face was full of disbelief. She said in surprise, "Heavens, what did I just see? A phoenix has descended upon the Red Moon City." Ning Kuei shook his head and said, "How is that possible? Phoenixes are the leader of all birds. They have long disappeared from the world. This young master of the Long family must have the blood of the heavenly phoenix, which was why he could create a true shadow." However, Huakong Dong's face darkened, and he said seriously, "This is a real level 10 divine fire. 10th grade divine fire Kasaya. I've heard that there's an extremely powerful body with the heavenly phoenix bloodline called the heavenly phoenix nirvana body. It's an immortal body," Ning Qiyun said in surprise. Ning Kuei said, "Immortal body is an exaggeration. Who can be immortal since ancient times? Even the real ancient celestial phoenix had been buried in the passage of time. However, the heavenly phoenix nirvana body, combined with this level 10 divine fire, can directly achieve nirvana and become a saint after 9 transformations." Ning Qiyun swallowed and muttered, "The Long family has produced an amazing genius. If he becomes a 90% saint, the Long family's power will probably be above the other 6 sections." Ning Kuei said, "The Long family's strength has always been a mystery. Fortunately, they don't interfere with the continent's affairs. Even with the divine fire, it was extremely difficult to achieve the 9 transformation nirvana. I don't think Han Junting from your Shenxiao temple is any weaker than this woman." "Father has a very high opinion of Junting," Ning Qiyun said with a smile. "He's not stingy at all. His opinion of Junting is even higher than that of my sister." Ning Kuei's eyes narrowed and he said seriously, "Han Junting gives me the feeling that she's not as simple as she looks. She'll definitely surpass your sister in the future. I originally thought that she was a rare genius of the younger generation, but now it seems that there is always a higher mountain, and the new generation is endless. It really makes me sigh." "Father," Ning Qiyun said, "are you talking about this Li Yunxiao?" Ning Kuei nodded. "This man is already indescribably monstrous. Even if Gu Feiyong reincarnated, he would not be able to display the sword intent of that sword just now at his age." "Father, do you mean that Li Yunxiao's future achievements will be even greater than Gu Feiyong's?" Ning Qiyun asked in shock. Ning Kuei said solemnly, "I'm afraid that's not all. If it was only sword intent connecting to the heavens, his father would not have placed so much importance on it. The key was his heart of martial arts, which was simply too terrifying. Where the Tao is, I will go even if there are millions of people." Ning Qiyun's face also became serious. She said coldly, "If this person is so terrifying, why don't I make a move and end him here?" Ning Kuei looked at her and sighed. "Qiyun, the killing intent on your body is too strong. Although his cultivation was not below that of Kiyue and Chu Ran, he would never be a candidate for the city lord position. I've heard that Chu Ran praised this kid as the #1 among the younger generation. It's clear that his vision is far more accurate than everyone else's, and this is how Chu Ran treats this child. Li Yunxiao has a very good relationship with brother Chu Ran and sister Chu Ran, Ning Qiyun said after a moment of silence. He's very close to them. Ning Kuei said, that's right. The heavens are vigorous, and a gentleman must strive for self-improvement. Although the strong were strong, they were still within the great Tao and could never go against the heavens and change their fate. Only by being as humble as water can one absorb the ocean of rivers and achieve greatness. Ning Qiyun said, I understand. Father wants to recruit this child. However, I can tell that he's not an easy person to deal with. Ning Kuei smiled and asked, what do you mean by paying respects? A true expert views the customs of the secular world as dirt. The sea is vast and the sky is high, and the birds can fly freely. They cannot be restrained. Ning Qiyun said, then father's idea is Huan Huan. Ning Kuei said, he's willing to put himself in danger for Ruobing. This shows that he values relationships. As long as Ruobing marries him, it's enough. In the future, with your sister as the city lord, you as the foreign aide, and the help of the powerful Li Yunxiao, Red Moon City will definitely be able to restore its prosperity. Ning Qiyun said, I understand what you mean, father. If Yunxiao is in danger later, we'll save him, which is equivalent to doing him a great favor. However, we'll have to offend the Tang family and even a titled martial sovereign. Is it really worth it? Ning Kuei's eyes were cold as he said, Father will do the things that offend people. Before I die, I must create a future for the Red Moon City. Ning Qiyun's body trembled, and she could not help but say, who is the person who is coveting the Red Moon City that father mentioned? Ning Kuei narrowed his eyes and said coldly, it's too early to talk about it now. Yunxiao's wedding may be the best touchstone. That man has worked so hard to control Hongyue City, and he will never watch the city fall. On the square, it was a world of ice and snow, and the blazing sun was like fire. The corner of Fei Enai's mouth curled into a cold smile. She clasped her hands together and in a flash, she disappeared into the sea of fire. 8 treasures fire butterfly. A soft sound rang out, and Feini suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Sunyu, slamming his hands down. Zhang Sunyu's expression changed, and he raised his palms to meet the attack. Bang! The two forces collided and turned into terrifying squalls that spread in all directions. The corners of Fei Enai's mouth curled up into a smile, revealing a mocking expression. Zhang Sunyu's pupils contracted as he realized something was wrong. 8 fiery butterflies had appeared out of nowhere and landed on his arms and shoulders. Feini tilted her head, blinked her eyes and laughed. Is this butterfly pretty? They're explosive. Zhang Sunyu shuddered, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. He said, young Master Feini, the Beiming Dark Palace and the Long family have always been at odds. Ayaya, you're starting to talk nonsense. Why didn't you try to build a relationship with me just now? Feini spat out a word in annoyance. Explode! Bang 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 bang. The 8 butterflies exploded one by one, and the Emperor Qi protecting Zhang Sunyu gushed out. He turned into a stream of light and escaped. The entire world of ice and snow crumbled under the explosions. Giggle! Don't go! Feini's crisp laughter resounded in the sky as she turned into a flame and chased after them. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yunxiao teleported in front of Tang Xian and thrust his palm at her. Although he didn't have any grudges with the king-level expert, and the two of them had even drank and chatted happily, he had no other choice at this time and place. How dare you, you rascal! Tang Qing shook Luan Juanhao away with one move and roared madly. A blood-red light flashed on his body. He had actually used a secret technique to boost his power to the extreme. In an instant, he tore the space apart, and the distance of 1,000 feet was reduced to inches. Go to hell! Tang Qing roared as he clenched his fingers into a claw and struck at Yunxiao. The 5 green shadows were like long finger blades, directly splitting the space. Chi! Yunxiao's body was cut into several pieces, turning into lightning and dissipating. However, the thunderbolt at the front instantly condensed back into its true form and hit Tang Xian. Bang! A gust of wind from her palm hit Tang Xian, but it was stopped by a golden light in front of Tang Xian and could not advance any further. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he cried out, "Not good!" A vast power came across space and directly shook him away. Before he could steady himself, he shouted, "Feini, let's go!" He teleported and appeared next to Zhang Ruobing. He grabbed her and escaped into the sky. The water deity was also anxious and shouted, "Hurry up! You can't even break a small formation. You're too useless. Hurry, hurry, hurry!" She kept stomping her feet, and her eyes were golden. She looked at the mighty force pouring out of Tang Xian, as if she had seen something, and she was anxious. Boom! The sky lit up and all the clouds suddenly broke apart, disappearing into the void. The entire formation was broken down and the sun shone down. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They were shocked by the power of the deep-sea giant beast. This kind of great formation, which was one of the few in the world, could also be broken in such a short period of time. They could not help but feel a strong fear of water deity. The sun shone on Yunxiao, but he could not feel the slightest warmth. He stopped in the air with a bitter smile on his face. Yu Shengfeng's pupils suddenly shrank as a sharp light flashed. Ning Kuei's expression darkened as well. His eyes shot out cold stars, and a wave of essence force rippled from his body. The water deity was 10,000 meters above the ground. She stomped her feet anxiously and shouted, "Quickly come up! What are you waiting for?" Yunxiao shook his head slightly and said bitterly, "You're too late. He's already here. Take Ruobing and leave quickly." He patted Zhang Ruobing's waist with his right hand, and Zhang Ruobing turned into a ray of light and shot toward Water Fairy. Shocked, Zhang Ruobing tried to break free from the light, but she could do nothing. Watching Yunxiao getting further and further away from her, she cried out anxiously, "I'm not leaving! Li Yunxiao, come with me or I won't leave." Feini was taken aback as well. She stopped chasing Zhang Sunyu and retracted the sea of fire, then turned to look behind Yunxiao in horror. A ray of glass-like light appeared out of nowhere and transformed into 100 different colors that flickered and changed continuously. The entire square was silent. There was no sound at all. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror and they held their breath. He couldn't help but feel the blood in his body surge as he stared at the glass figure. "Since I'm here, no one should leave." The figure in the glass light flickered and slowly gathered into a true body, which became clearer and clearer. A majestic force spread out from the light, and the sun, moon, and stars stopped moving. The entire world instantly froze. "No, I can't stay up late anymore. I can't even open my eyes anymore. And my brain is muddled. I must get rid of my procrastination from tomorrow onwards." Within a radius of 10,000 feet where the glazed light appeared, it was as if all time and space had frozen. Zhang Ruobing's body was also frozen in the air, her face full of horror. Yunxiao took a deep breath. Under this vast power, his heart became unusually calm. As he took a deep breath, he felt countless spiritual qi surging in from all directions. He swallowed them all into his lungs and turned them into little bits of power that spread to his limbs and bones. The bones in his entire body made a soft pa-pa sound, as if they were being stretched out, like a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon. The figure in the glass light gradually solidified and turned into a beautiful young man in a Guangling brocade robe. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Very few people had ever seen the king-level master's true appearance. They didn't expect him to be dressed in such a young manner. His long black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like precious jade, warm and clear, suffused with the bewilderment of precious stones. They were like colored glaze revolving around his body. Once he appeared, the whole world had him as the protagonist, and there was no one else. Her watery eyes turned slightly as she spread her fingers and grabbed at Yunxiao while murmuring, "World Cage!" The fingerprints on his hand turned golden and spread out in front of his palm. With his 5 fingers as the center, a round sky and a round earth appeared, and the entire world changed. Xiao's pupils constricted. He saw the stars shift, and he was all alone in the world. There was no one in the world, only 5 pillars that held up the sky, which turned into 5 mountains and fell from the sky. Boom! 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 5 earth-shaking sounds rang out as countless rays of light shot into the sky. In this empty world, they turned into 5 peaks that reached into the clouds. A vast and surging chi spread out from the 5 peaks. The power fluctuations were layered, covering the entire universe. Not only Xiao, but all the people in Red Moon City were shocked to find that under Tang Guang's move, they had been teleported, and no one knew where they were. Only the 5 pillars were left standing, like pillars that held up the world. Ning Qian said in horror, "Father, There was no one around her." As he called out, the space on his left moved slightly, and Ning Kuei's figure appeared. He stared at the 5 pillar peaks without saying a word. Tang Guang stood on top of a pillar with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and his expression became stern. Tang Xian was sitting cross-legged not far from him. Green light gushed out of her body as she was healing her injuries. Suddenly, a ray of golden light descended from the sky, directly splitting the clouds of the 5-finger pillar mountain and cutting it down. Tang Guang raised his head, his face expressionless, and raised his right hand in front of him. Bang! Countless golden lights scattered in all directions, and a huge broadsword pressed on his wrist guard, unable to move it in the slightest. The water deity's body glowed with golden light, and a circle of golden splendor appeared in her eyes. Go to hell! She held the broadsword with both hands and raised it high. Sword talismans flew out one after another, turning into a sword rain and slashing down. Ha! The 8 distresses sword intense sword. Life was a sea of bitterness. Turn back and you'll be saved. This power is so strong. Tang Guang's eyes narrowed and revealed a surprised expression. He raised his arm to block again. With a bang, the broadsword shattered the defense on his wrist guard and directly hit the weapon body. With a ka sound, the wrist guard split open. Tang Guang's face darkened and he shook his arm. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared and directly sent the water deity flying. Ah! The water deity shouted in shock and her entire body shook into the clouds, disappearing in an instant. Tang Guang snorted coldly and opened his 5 fingers, grabbing towards the sky. Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds surged, and the entire space froze. It was pulled down by his grab. Ah! The water deity screamed again as she was pulled down by a huge force. She fell onto the mountain peak with a loud bang, causing the dust to rise. Junior sister! The angry voice of the chemical cultivator came from the sky. Suddenly, a sharp tail smashed down in front of Tang Guang. Tang Guang's gaze focused, and an invisible force instantly exploded. Boom! The chemical cultivator's entire body exploded out from the void. He spat out a mouthful of blood into the sky and fell together with the water deity. He was in a sorry state. And you, since you are my disciple's fiancé, come with me. Tang Guang's expression was indifferent. He reached out his hand and grabbed again. The space twisted, and Zhang Ruobing was ruthlessly thrown out, landing on the ground. Who's your disciple's fiancé? Did I agree to that? It's all your own wishful thinking. Zhang Ruobing was filled with hatred. She stared at Tang Guang with bloodshot eyes, as if she was filled with endless anger. Tang Guang frowned and said coldly, "Did I wrong you? Since you're unwilling, I'll make the decision to cancel this marriage." Oh, really? Zhang Ruobing was stunned for a moment and looked a little dazed, as if she couldn't believe that the problem that had caused her so much pain for a long time was solved just like that. Tang Guang snorted coldly and said, "Have my words ever been false? With my disciple's talent, his future will be limitless if he obtains my Array Dao inheritance. It's your fortune to be willing to marry you. Since you don't cherish yourself, then this fortune is naturally gone." Zhang Ruobing still felt like she was in a daze. She said awkwardly, Then can the Tang family listen to your words? What do you think? Teng Guang was rather speechless. Zhang Ruobing finally came back to her senses. The other party was a titled martial sovereign and Tang Xian's master. Even the Tang family would not dare to disobey his words. She was overjoyed and said, Thank you, thank you. Since they're not arresting me to get married, it should be fine, right? Please let us and Yunxiao go, my lord. Release? Li Yunxiao injured my disciple, Teng Guang said coldly. Even if I want to release him, I'll have to break his limbs and beat him until he's all over the ground. A trace of anger flashed across his face, and he said coldly, My disciple is useless, so I can only do it myself as a master. Li Yunxiao was forced to do so, Zhang Ruobing said anxiously. Where is he now? Where did you take him? Forced. Teng Guang sneered. TSK. Don't worry. He's currently at the foot of my 5 pillar peaks, enjoying the relaxation of his muscles and bones. Liar. The water deity said angrily. It's not relaxing his muscles and bones. It's clearly using the power of 5 mountains to suppress him. I saw him struggling hard and in extreme pain. Ha ha ha. Teng Guang laughed and said, If I can withstand it, it'll be a comfortable muscle and bone massage. If you can't, then you can only be crushed to pieces. You animal, perverted, murderer. The water deity struggled in anger and raised her sword to attack. Bang! Teng Guang gently waved his hand and sent her flying again. He said in a strange tone, This kind of burning and piercing power, you must be from the Bo family, the sovereign of the 4 seas. Now that you know, let Li Yunxiao go. He's my friend, or else my father, and I will never let you off. Water deity threatened angrily. With her character, she did not want to use her parents' name to pressure people. But for Yunxiao's sake, she could not care less. You're indeed of the Bo family bloodline. I'm looking forward to you and your father not letting me go. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Teng Guang said indifferently. You're good. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The water deity's face turned cold and she said angrily. Golden light flickered around her body as she began to speak in the strange dragon language. Above the 5-finger pillar mountain, at the end of the clouds, more than 10 huge black shadows appeared in an instant. They started to shake and spat out black light that flew towards the sky. Boom! 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 Rays of black light shot into the clouds of the 5-finger pillar mountains, causing rays of formation light to appear. The 5 mountain peaks trembled at the same time. Teng Guang's expression changed. Although his world cage was impregnable, it was still inferior to the Taiwu profound in soul-slaying formation of the Red Moon City. He was afraid that it would not be able to withstand the continuous attacks of this black light. As the surrounding mountains trembled, a huge force suddenly came from the center of the 5 peaks at the same time. The rumbling sound was like it was surging out from the endless earth veins, about to pull the mountain up. Teng Guang's eyes focused slightly as he looked towards the valley. A suspicious expression flashed across his face as he muttered to himself. He's just an 8 stars martial emperor. Where did he get such powerful strength? He furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and copied the talismans in the air. Rays of golden light flew up and instantly wrote down 6 big characters. M-O, M-A, N-I, B-A, me, and M-O. The 6 characters flashed with golden light and arranged themselves neatly, turning into a golden talisman that floated in the sky. Teng Guang formed a seal with one hand and pointed in the air. A finger light hit the talisman. That talisman instantly split into 2, turning into yin and yang. The yin talisman floated up into the sky, while the yang talisman suddenly fell and shook into the valley. Boom! The sky and the ground shook, and the entire surrounding mountains trembled for a moment before stabilizing. The power to pull up mountains and break through the earth immediately dissipated. A barrier also appeared in the sky. Under the bombardment of the realm-breaking black light, 5-colored divine light was produced. 6 words, buzz, M-A, N-I, pa, me, and hum, kept flashing in the sky, making the power of the entire cage more solid. Now you're all obedient. Teng Guang stood with his hands behind his back, a leisurely expression on his face. Come on, come on. The water deity stomped her feet anxiously and scolded. What's the use of having trash like you? You can't even break open a few mountains. If you don't give it your all, I won't play with you anymore. It was unknown if the deep-sea giant beasts understood her or if they were influenced by her emotions, but Lulu, shaking sounds kept coming, and the explosions became more violent. Boom, 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 boom. Teng Guang's brows furrowed as he looked at the flashing Yin symbol in the sky, not knowing how long it could last. While he was hesitating, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the bottom of the endless valley within the 5 mountains in horror. A cold voice came from below, directly into the clouds. Honest your sister. Boom! At the bottom of the valley, the 6 words M-O, M-A, N-I, B-A, me, and M-O flashed and then suddenly disappeared. The Yang talisman was sent flying, burning in the air and turning into ashes. Soon after, the entire formation light emerged and transformed into countless dense and complicated runes. Then they shattered one after another with a bang. Bang! 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 As the countless formation lights shattered, a golden light shot up into the sky and into the 9 heavens. Rainbow-like sword chi? Teng Guang's face revealed shock. The golden light spread out sword shadows that filled the sky, sweeping across the sky. The 6-word Yin talisman in the sky also broke with a chi sound. Boom, boom, boom. As the black light descended, it finally shattered the clouds and headed towards the 5-finger mountain peak, attacking Teng Guang. The sword shadows that filled the sky retracted and turned into a human figure. He formed a hand seal and formed a thunder world. Then, he slammed his hands down fiercely. Light and shadow swirled around one of the peaks, and several extremely domineering forces chased each other and struck down one by one. Teng Guang's expression was as calm as water as he flipped his hand and slapped out. Bang! The power to break the world suddenly shattered and dissipated under his palm. Then, he used his palm technique and shattered the black light with every strike. He stood on the spot and did not move at all. His Guangling robe fluttered under the mighty force. Boom! A flash of lightning fell. He raised his hand and slapped it, shattering it into thousands of thunderbolts that scattered in all directions. They left traces in the space of the 5-finger mountain and shattered it one by one. In the center of the thunderbolt, a figure flashed and turned into Xianxia, who had 3 heads and 6 arms and was entirely golden. He put his hands together in front of him and shouted loudly. A wave of dragons might surged out, rippling in front of Teng Guang and being dispersed in all directions. The other 4 peaks trembled violently under the sound wave, and countless broken stones flew up. This is a Xianxia. Teng Guang's heart jolted. Although the power of this sound wave couldn't hurt him, it gave off a supreme majesty that couldn't be offended. Even his state of mind was rippling under the true might of the dragon language. After Yunxiao's roar, the 3 Dharma forms glared at the same time, raised their 4 arms, and clenched their fists. Countless bolts of lightning flickered on his fist. He opened his hands and grabbed the hammer with his right hand. The golden Maha ancient character appeared. His left hand formed an incantation gesture and the lightning talisman flickered. Teng Guang raised his head in surprise and stared at the sky. A huge black shadow emerged behind Yunxiao and slowly stood up, supporting the sky. The black shadow also had 3 heads and 6 arms. When the Dharma form opened, all kinds of weapons fell from the sky and flew into the 6 arms. Although it was only a phantom, it exuded an extremely terrifying aura. All the experts who saw the battle were shocked. They looked at the giant spirit with the supernatural power standing in the clouds and were shocked. This is a Xianxia. Yu Shengfeng's entire body trembled, and he was instantly dumbfounded. 6 Paths Demonic Weapon Swan and I. It's the 6 Paths Demonic Weapon Swan and I. His heart trembled violently, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. He was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. How is that possible? How could this be? How did he conjure the 6 paths of MO weapons? Countless question marks filled his mind, and his eyes burned with a fiery light as he licked his dry lips. Master, is this divine art very powerful? Bo Yuqing couldn't help but ask. Yu Shengfeng gave an N sound and said, let's not talk about divine abilities. Those 6 weapon phantoms are existences that surpass saint weapons. They are known as heavenly saint weapons. An existence that surpasses a saint artifact? A heavenly saint artifact. Bo Yuqing jumped in fright and said in horror, what is a heavenly saint tool? And why did Yun Xiao have a heavenly saint artifact? And 6 at once. Yu Shengfeng looked at him and said, it's hard to say. He doesn't have the 6 pieces of the heavenly saint artifact. He can only borrow a trace of the power from the heavenly saint artifact. That is, the 6 shadows. Bo Yuqing was shocked speechless, staring into the distance. This was also the first time he had heard of such a secret, and the first time he knew that there were existences that were even stronger than saint weapons. Yu Shengfeng's expression became extremely fanatical. His fists clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He unwillingly roared. He must have merged part of the demon lord's consciousness into his brain, which is why he can borrow the power of the heavenly saint artifact. I'm the inheritor of the demonic servants. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? Tong Guang stared blankly at Yun Xiao in front of him and the giant true devil spirit behind him, then said with a sudden realization, no wonder my disciple isn't your match. You're indeed much weaker than him. Thunder and lightning surged over Yun Xiao's golden body as he said coldly, Tong Guang, if you stop now, we don't owe each other anything. Otherwise, I'm afraid your name will be buried here. Haha, what a big tone. If you have the ability to ruin my reputation, I'm really looking forward to it. Tong Guang sneered. Yun Xiao's face turned gloomy under the endless flashing lightning, but his cold eyes were as bright as stars and as calm as ever. I knew I couldn't persuade you. Then, accept my anger. A gleam of determination flickered in Yun Xiao's eyes as he suddenly raised his hand. Countless thunderbolts gathered on the hammer, and a boundless sea of thunder burst out. The entire heaven and earth was shrouded in a thunder world. The space of the 5-Finger Mountain was completely shattered, and all the people of Red Moon City were revealed. Everyone looked over in shock. They saw that some of the metals on their bodies had involuntarily become magnetized under the sea of azure lightning, causing them to flash with fine electric radiances. Chun Feng and Liang Yui's faces were filled with shock. They naturally recognized this move. It was the Abhijna of the lightning tiger and fire leopard. At this moment, when Yun Xiao used his full strength, he was not inferior at all. The huge Maha-ancient character flashed and rolled in the sky, containing the boundless rules of thunder, continued to evolve and change. Under the ancient character, it gradually took the shape of a dragon, which was extremely lifelike. The true fiend Dharma idol also spread its 6 arms, and the fiend star ring appeared. It rippled, and the 6 fiend soldier phantoms entered it. At the same time, his 6 arms continued to form hand seals. The 6 demonic weapon phantoms floated in the ring of stars, and demonic light surged. Such a huge phenomenon shocked all the cultivators in the city, and even Chun Feng and the other experts couldn't help but flee into the distance. Everyone knew that the next attack would definitely be earth-shattering, and it would even be enough to destroy the entire Red Moon City. Tang Qing was also shocked. The situation had completely gone out of control. As the master of Red Moon City, he could only go with the flow at this moment. He gritted his teeth and retreated 1,000 feet, looking up at the sky with a dark expression. At this moment, most of the phenomenon on the 5-Finger Mountain had collapsed, leaving only the peak where the light from the throne stood. It still rose into the clouds and merged with the physical body of the Red Moon City. Ning Qiyun said, "What a powerful thunder technique and demonic technique. I'm afraid he has the power to compete with a peak 9-star martial emperor. Even I can't say that I can escape unscathed." Ning Kuei's expression was grave as he said, "The 6 profound level weapon phantoms in the hands of the true devil giant spirit are extremely strange, and they give me a feeling of trepidation. It's just a shadow, but it's already so powerful." What is that thing? I didn't pay attention to the 6 weapons, Ning Qian said in surprise. Dad, look at the ancient character of Maha. Li Yunxiao seems to have completely mastered the rules of this character. It's incredible. Ning Kuei said, Li Yunxiao is really strong. This man is too heaven-defying. It's a pity that his opponent is the throne Tang Guang. Otherwise, if it was Tang Qing, he might have a chance to win. Ning Qian said, Father, are you going to make a move? Do you need my help? Ning Kuei didn't answer, but squinted at the distance and asked suspiciously, Li Yunxiao should also understand the gap between the two of them. Where did he get the courage to fight a king-level master head-on? Maybe he knew that he would lose, so he decided to take a gamble, Ning Qian said with a faint smile. Yes, you're right. But I don't think it's that simple, Ning Kuei said. Maybe he has his own ideas. My own thoughts? Hee hee. Ning Qian laughed and said, Father, you must be joking. No matter how heaven-defying an 8-stars martial emperor is, how can he have his own thoughts when he's facing a titled king-level expert? At most, you'll think about the aftermath, hee. She covered her mouth and laughed. Ning Ke did not say a word, but stared vigilantly into the distance, not letting go of any of Yunxiao's movements. On the pillar of Finger's Peak, Tang Guang's brocade robe fluttered in the wind under the pressure of the Thunder World, and his face was also illuminated by the green light. To have the courage to face me head-on, this is enough for you to be famous. Yunxiao spat out. Fuck! What was there to fear about life and death? It's just a battle. Water deity and Zhang Ruobing, who were standing behind Tang Guang, were shocked. Junior sister, the chemical cultivator shouted hurriedly. Come here quickly. Don't get too close to him, or it'll be dangerous. The water deity's eyes turned cold as she shouted. If you're afraid of death, get away from me. You've been holding me back the entire way. What's the use of having you? She raised her large sword. An endless golden light rose from her body, turning into runes that flew around. The phoenix-winged purple-gold crown and the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes also resonated with her. The chemical elementalist was stunned for a moment. He was instantly embarrassed and angry, and he pounded the ground repeatedly. Suddenly, a fiery shadow flashed across the sky. A dash of red suddenly enlarged and turned into a phoenix that circled above the finger peak before slowly descending. A human figure appeared from the flames. Fanny's entire body had transformed into a demon. Her long phoenix tail spread out and the phoenix landed on her shoulders, almost merging into one. Tang Guang turned a blind eye to their actions and just looked at Yunxiao as he said, Your heart of martial arts is enough to earn my respect. Since you don't fear death, I'll fulfill your wish and grant you the honor of dying under my ultimate skill. Don't be so presumptuous. I don't want to slap your face. Yunxiao raised his eyes, which were as clear as water, as if he had seen 100 years of vicissitudes. His lips moved slightly as he shouted, Heavenly tribulation, 9 heavens lightning dragon, annihilate the world. He raised his right hand high, and the hammer emitted endless lightning. He looked like the god of thunder. The azure dragon under the ancient Maha word suddenly turned ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it descended from the 9 heavens. Wherever the dragon passed by, destruction followed. Not only that, the dragon's scales and the dragon's 5 claws started to turn purple in the endless thunder world. Yunxiao's face was cold, and above his 3 heads was a solemn Dharma idol. Without exception, purple lightning was flashing in all 6 eyes. This is a Kasaya. Not only did everyone turn pale with shock, even Tang Guang couldn't remain calm. Under the illumination of the purple light, his young face turned pale as he said in shock, Taishu Yuching Purple Mansion Nirvana World destroying divine thunder. Purple lightning? In the distance, Ning Qian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How is that possible? The Zifu Brahma destroyed the world. Ning Kuei was also shocked, and his figure moved, about to disappear. Father, are you going to make a move? Ning Qian asked. Ning Kuei's figure disappeared on the spot, and his calm and anxious voice was heard. It's not real purple lightning. However, this battle is too terrifying. I'm afraid that Red Moon City can't be saved. So I must use the universal great teleportation formation to send them out. Just as Ning Kuei's figure moved, 3 rays of light appeared in an unremarkable place in the Red Moon City. They were red, yellow, and blue, and they rushed into the city lord's mansion. Everyone present was shocked by the world-shaking thunder and felt the waves of heavenly might. It was as if God was punishing the world and sending down heavenly tribulation. Under heaven's might, human strength was like a drop in the ocean, insignificant. Han Junting couldn't help but shiver in fear. This was the first time she felt fear from the bottom of her heart. The person she had always wanted to kill, what kind of monster was he? Yu Shengfeng's breathing also became heavy, and his eyes flashed. He thought to himself that there were too many secrets on this child, and he must capture him for interrogation. Phew, you scared me to death. I really thought it was purple lightning and almost ran away, almost losing my reputation. Teng Guang's face was gloomy. Clearly, he was also angered as he coldly said, however, to be able to do this, you can be considered a rare genius. To show you enough respect, take this divine formation diagram of the world's first dust. He formed a seal with his hands and used it in front of him. His entire body turned into the color of glass and rays of formation light appeared. He formed a seal and his hands moved quickly. Hundreds of gray light balls appeared around him, floating up and down. Yun Xiao was taken aback, knowing how powerful the move was. He also understood that Teng Guang had officially regarded him as an opponent, and he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. However, he didn't have time to think. After drawing the dragon, the true devil giant spirit also suddenly attacked. The demonic star ring made zheng sounds and became violent. Teng Guang was expressionless. He was still performing incantation gestures, and the sky was filled with golden shadows. The gray balls of light suddenly unraveled and turned into strange array diagrams that continuously rotated and enlarged. The various array patterns inside bloomed like flower buds and actually displayed endless wonders. The clouds were gone, and the rain was falling. The area was bright, and there was actually a lake and a mountain and the sound of water. Countless seals danced like the breeze, and her figure was peerlessly independent. Her lips slightly opened as she chanted, "The dance of the rainbow, the vast waves of 1,000 li, the bright eyes falling, the dust of the world." As soon as he finished speaking, he made a seal with both hands. Countless beautiful scenery merged in front of him and turned into a long scroll. It suddenly unfolded and countless array talismans surged out. The thunder dragon fell, and a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Boom! The purple dragon body crashed into the formation diagram, creating endless lightning. It was like a sea of lightning had exploded, turning into green lightning whirlpools that spread in all directions. A white cross-shaped light gushed out from the formation diagram. It was several acres in size and split the entire thunder world apart. The heaven and earth instantly became clear. The true fiend Dharma idol let out a loud roar and its 3 faces were filled with anger. A star jade explosion suddenly pressed down and blasted on the light vortex. Boom! Demonic chi exploded and spread in all directions, dimming the cross. Yun Xiao was taken aback, and his face changed. His 2 strongest moves couldn't even shake the other party in the slightest. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The corner of Teng Guang's mouth slightly raised, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He changed the seal in his hand and pointed down in the air. The light on the divine formation diagram of the first earthly phase brightened again. At this moment, the whole world was filled with lightning and demonic chi. Under the sweeping light of the light, it became clear. With a point of Teng Guang's finger, the whirlpool spun toward Yun Xiao. Feini and water deity were shocked and they attacked at the same time. 8 treasures fire butterfly. Feini formed a hand seal and 8 butterflies danced in the air before striking down. Life is a sea of bitterness. Turn back and you'll be saved. The water deity's expression was also serious. She extended her sword and the boundless sea of bitterness spread. The violent divine fire and the light of the sword chi suddenly blasted in front of Teng Guang. The light on the divine formation diagram of the Umitba dust rose and directly turned into a white barrier, blocking the two moves. The origin power that was jolted away turned into a wave of air that rebounded back and surged in the sky. What? The two of them were shocked at the same time. They couldn't even break the other party's defense under their joint attack. How could they fight? Xianxia's pupils constricted as he retreated in the air in horror. But, no matter what movement technique he used, he could not dodge the attack of the light vortex. The eye-piercing light swirled in the sky, constantly sweeping away the haze and slashing down on his body. At this critical moment, the world suddenly trembled. Everyone felt the space tremble as if a vast and mighty force had filled the entire world. The cross-shaped vortex of light, which was several acres in size, suddenly trembled and deviated from its direction, then slashed down at Xianxia's side. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the light spiral landed on the ground, instantly splitting the earth for 1,000 miles. A terrifying chasm appeared, endless and deep. The power of the slash was shocking, but at this moment, everyone was not shocked by the light spiral slash, but by the great change in the space they were in. They were no longer in Red Moon City, but a barren land. What's going on? Another illusion. No, impossible. This kind of terrain is obviously the wilderness of the eastern region. We've been teleported out. What? Could it be that the spatial tremor just now was a chi-chi? Everyone was shocked, and Tang Qing was also shocked. But she instantly understood, and a haze appeared in her eyes. The universe great teleportation formation? I didn't think that there would be such a peerless formation hidden in Red Moon City. Interesting. A playful expression appeared on Teng Guang's face as he pointed at the formation diagram. A white light suddenly appeared and began to rotate again. Xianxia's face darkened. He knew that he was just lucky just now, and it was impossible for him to teleport again. With a flash, he teleported directly in front of Teng Guang and thrust his palm at the divine formation. What a bold kid. Although your body is strong enough, it's still not enough for my shining cut of Mi Shi Chu Chun. Teng Guang smiled and changed the seal in his hand. His finger changed direction and hit the formation map. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor. The divine formation map of the world of beginnings trembled and started to distort. The cross-shaped whirlpool that he had formed earlier suddenly disappeared. What? Teng Guang's heart trembled as he saw a four-colored light emerge from Xianxia's hand, and then a miniature mountain smashed directly on his array. Not only did it cause the space to collapse, but it also began to spiral in the direction of the divine mountain. The entire formation suddenly became strange. Bang! Finally, the formation light shattered and the entire map turned into specks of light, dissipating between the two of them. Teng Guang's eyes widened as he stared at the four-colored Tushita heaven in Xianxiao's palm, as if he could not believe it. Take this! Xianxiao gave a sudden cry as he clenched his 5 fingers and pulled Do Shui Tian into his hand, then threw him at Teng Guang. Teng Guang recovered from his daze. He couldn't believe it. He clenched his right hand into a fist and threw it at the small mountain. He wanted to find out what this mountain was. How could it be able to crush his divine array? Boom! As soon as his fist wind touched the four-colored light, his expression changed greatly. He knew that something was wrong and quickly retreated. However, it was too late. A cracking sound came from the entire fist bone. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly, and only the bones in his fist had been shattered. It was not a big deal. However, this was already frightening enough. Not only him, but all the cultivators who were watching from afar were also shocked. They did not know what was going on, but they saw that Xianxiao had knocked back the king-level expert with one move, and seemed to have injured him. No way? Chun Feng's eyes widened in shock. He was deeply shocked. Gulp! Cheng Haomiao, who was beside him, suddenly gulped and said, "No, it's definitely wrong. Defeating a king-level master with a single move, that's too much nonsense. There must be some sort of reason behind it." Chun Feng wiped the cold sweat off his face and said, "Let's not talk about what happened with that attack. To be able to exchange several moves with a king-level expert and break his divine array diagram, this buy-in Cheng Haomiao was also dejected, feeling that this gap could not be made up for in his lifetime. Chun Feng glared at Han Junting coldly, only to see that she was also frozen in place. Her eyes had lost all light, as if she had been petrified. Zhang Sunyu and Tang Qing were also so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat, especially the former, who was sweating cold sweat for his previous actions. He felt that he had made a stupid mistake, and a very stupid one at that. To everyone's surprise, Yun Xiao did not stop after the attack. Instead, with a flash of lightning, he moved forward, as if he was going to chase after Teng Guang. He raised his 6 arms, and all kinds of profound level weapons appeared in his hands. The Heaven Light sword case turned, and 36 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords flew out one by one, forming a formation in the air. He still has other tricks up his sleeve? How many divine powers do you have? Although the bones in Teng Guang's fist had been shattered, he was not angry. He was only extremely shocked. The 36 swords drawing a formation in the air seemed to have developed an extremely terrifying formation. Instead, it made his eyes light up as if he had seen something. He exclaimed, This is a Kasaya. Boom! Suddenly, the sky collapsed, and a huge force pressed down on him. Bang! Teng Guang's figure instantly disappeared, and the space where he had been standing shattered. That's Ying Luo. Everyone was shocked and looked at the sky. From a cloud, a silver iron bull slowly descended. With a stomp of its foot, a powerful spatial force fluctuated. Within a radius of 100 mu, countless nets appeared and turned into farmland. Swish! Iron Bull raised his head and let out a long cry. He shook his head and his figure disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared in front of Teng Guang and used the 2 horns on its head to hit him. Teng Guang's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He immediately raised his foot and stomped down on the Iron Bull's head. Bang! The entire space trembled and the Iron Bull's body trembled violently. A shallow footprint appeared on its head. It was extremely angry and began to roar. A silver light gushed out from under his feet and formed a formation around Iron Bull's head. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break through the power of this kick. After struggling for a while, countless formations appeared on the Iron Bull's body. They were so dense that even its 2 horns flashed with formation light. The formation light rippled as it charged forward again. A strange expression appeared on Teng Guang's face as he looked at the array covering his entire body and said in shock, Divine Phoenix? The Iron Bull's horns suddenly turned jade-colored and shot out countless rays of light that enveloped Teng Guang's surroundings. They suddenly tightened and bound him. Soon after, the formation light on the bull's body also gradually turned green, and its entire body began to become crystal clear. It's indeed a divine phoenix. Teng Guang's eyes suddenly widened. He revealed a look of shock and excitement. His entire body was bound by the green light. Even the silver light formation on the foot that stepped on the ox's head was scattered by the green light. His entire foot was bent back from the push, and his entire body was bound like a big dumpling. Swish, swish, swish. Sword beams danced in the sky as Yun Xiao's 36 sword strikes turned into a huge sword diagram and slashed down with great momentum. Hey! The corner of Teng Guang's mouth rose, and his entire body emitted countless silver rays with a bang. He clenched his right fist, and an octagonal red formation appeared on the back of his hand. Countless spiritual qi gushed into it. With a crackling sound, the hand bones that were crushed by the 4-colored Tushita heaven were restored to their original state and flashed with transparent light. Then he opened his fingers. Ift, ift. The green light binding his entire right arm disintegrated. He moved his body, and the green light binding his entire body also dispersed. His right foot met the force of the Iron Bull, and with one step, his entire body flew up, like a silver butterfly dancing. The Iron Bull's head lost the strength to step on the ground, and its whole body suddenly rushed forward, roaring again and again. Bang! Its green jade-colored horns pressed against Teng Guang's body, causing the void to tremble. Teng Guang's body suddenly became dazed, and a strange smile appeared on his face before he turned into a fluorescent light and disappeared. Woof! Buzz! Buzz! Schwa schwa schwa, countless sword lights shot down and stabbed into the ground. They all missed. In the distance, Han Junting's body trembled as she looked at the 36 swords embedded in the ground. They glowed with a cold light, as if they were arranged in some kind of formation. Pa! A voice rang out as an arm patted Iron Bull's back, caressing the green jade arrays one by one. He clicked his tongue and praised. This must be a product of the ancient times. No one can refine this kind of divine armor anymore. Also, I've only seen these demigod formations in some scattered information. Iron Bull shook his body in anger. The formation started to work and shot out countless green lights. Tung Guang smiled faintly and stepped into the air, easily dodging the attack. His 5 fingers turned into a sharp knife and cut down on the Iron Bull's neck. Today, I'll break you down and see how many peerless divine formations are hidden inside, he said with a fanatical look. Swish! His hand rose and fell, and a silver light cut into Iron Bull's neck. He could only watch helplessly as it was about to be dissected. Schwa schwa! Even though Iron Bull couldn't feel any pain, he was extremely furious. His eyes turned red as he stomped his 4 hooves, causing the entire world to shake with a loud boom. It suddenly twisted its neck and pushed its horns behind its back. Tung Guang smiled, and his body once again disintegrated into countless specks of light, causing Iron Bull to miss. In the next moment, he appeared on the other side of the bull's head and raised his right hand again. What? His body paused for a moment, but this time he did not slash down. Instead, he swung his arm and slashed diagonally to the side. Bang! The hand knife cut into the iron wall, shaking up a cold light, and Tung Guang's pupils shrank. A Vajra puppet appeared in the void. It was using its chest to press down on its handblade, and it raised its silver whip high up to strike. Another divine venomous insect? Tung Guang was completely stunned, but he immediately shook his head and said, No, this isn't a divine phoenix. His figure flickered and was about to disappear on the spot when his expression suddenly changed. His eyes suddenly enlarged and shot out rays of cold stars. What? A soul-beating whip! Tung Guang cried out in horror. His escape technique had completely lost its effectiveness under this whip. Moreover, countless silver rays directly rushed into his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness and began to wreak havoc, causing him to have a great headache. How dare you dissect this lord's cow? Go to hell! Ling Mudi was furious. His bean-sized eyes were filled with coldness. The whip contained almost all of his strength. Yunxiao's face grew serious as well. He performed incantation gestures with both hands, and the 36 swords on the ground immediately soared into the sky and transformed into a huge sword, which then flew down. Tung Guang suddenly roared and clenched his fists. His body glowed with silver light and he raised his arms into the air. Bang! The reverse soul whip struck his arm, and countless strange and tiny characters shot out, filling the entire space. Soaring light and Lingmu flute were wrapped in circles of silver light, and countless obscure runes floated on them, unrecognizable to anyone. Tung Guang's body did not move at all, as if he had been confined by the whip. Countless silver lights circulated around his body, as if his entire body was made of liquid metal, and his appearance was difficult to distinguish. However, all the experts around him could see the pain on his face. They were all shocked. Yu Shengfeng's expression was even more serious, like a layer of frost covering him. Even he couldn't recognize the runes that were surging up. He was sure that the gourd little King Kong must have been possessed by a peerless powerhouse. The sword-shaped sword that was sweeping across the sky instantly slashed into the silver light ball and shook Tung Guang's body. Bang! 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 Pong! 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 The entire sword shape kept on collapsing, shaking up countless silver lights. Tung Guang's body also twisted and trembled under the bombardment of the sword will. However, his face still had that pained expression, as if there were not many changes. Yunxiao's face was as dark as water. He knew that Tung Guang had been careless and fallen into the soul-reversing whip's power, and his soul was now suppressed. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, and it was fleeting. His hands formed a seal again, and the 36 swords all flew up. They formed an array in the sky and directly slashed down. Lingmu Di also knew that this was a rare opportunity. He gritted his teeth and raised his left hand. With a snap of his fingers, a small ice-colored flower appeared in his palm. He had used all his strength on the reverse soul whip, so he was not strong enough to control the power of the ice fiend heart flame. The flower gradually grew larger and brighter. Yu Shangfeng's pupils shrank and his expression became extremely cold. He clenched his fists and Yuan power constantly circulated around his body, as if he was unable to suppress the urge to attack. Bang! 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 Pong! 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 The 36 swords finally fell, and all of them cut into the light ball. The balance that was maintained tilted, and the shining liquid metal body was slashed with sword marks, and a groan came from the mouth. However, his eyes also flashed with endless bitterness before they instantly regained clarity. Lingmu Di stared at him coldly and said, "It's too late. Go to hell, Ice Fiend Heart Flame." His left hand suddenly slapped down. A terrifying force instantly blasted onto Tung Guang's body. The flames instantly entered his body and exploded. Boom! The sky trembled, and everyone's faces paled as they looked on in horror. The ice flame did not explode. Tung Guang's hand had formed a tiger's claw and was protecting his heart. A wave of origin power suppressed the ice flower. Lingmu Di and Tung Guang each made a move, their 5 fingers clenched in the air, like 2 petals of the white flower, showing an extremely delicate balance. What? Lingmu Di was greatly shocked. His 2 beady eyes shrank and stared at the ice fiend heart flame in fear. Although it didn't explode under the suppression of the two's power, it had become abnormally violent. The light became more and more dazzling, and once it exploded, the power would double. The silver light on Teng Guang's body dissipated and he returned to his normal body. His silver robe had been cut into strips and hung on his body. There were also countless sword marks on his body, revealing his blood and flesh. A stream of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, but he was as calm as water. To be able to injure me to this extent? Who are you? Bang! Without waiting for Moody's reply, he shook his left hand and shook the reverse soul whip away. Then he formed a seal in front of him. A golden formation light shot out from the seal and spread out around him, forming countless small golden formations like cobwebs. In an instant, all 36 northern heaven cold star swords were stuck in the air, unable to move. The golden light formation continued to expand rapidly, and the entire sky was instantly covered with dense array runes. In an instant, the area within a radius of 10,000 feet was enveloped by a huge array. It was like a circular enchantment, filled with terrifying power. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock and wanted to escape, but they all stopped when the figure moved. The formation expanded too quickly. Before they could react, they were all enveloped by it. At this moment, they realized that an infinite formation was suppressing their strength. Not only was it difficult to operate, but it also seemed to be very dangerous. A slight move could turn them into ashes. Everyone's heart turned cold, and a chill went straight into their hearts. Their palms were covered in cold sweat. Tung Guang was still expressionless as he changed his hand seals. Above this 10,000 feet wide barrier, the countless talismans all transformed into a cross-shaped light. There were tens of millions of them, covering the sky like the moving stars and clouds, forming a galaxy. They were like stars in the sky, beautiful, but they gave off the cold aura of death. Yun Xiao trembled, and his heart sank. He knew that Tung Guang had the intention to kill him. The name of this technique was Godslaying, and it was extremely powerful. It could kill all living beings within the formation light.